1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,000,000. 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not on the record.
I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu
100% to deal with Nigerians.
Jeez.
People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
Okudilio, nyekelanio. Olisamalugo mkoyene menenua. Okudilio, nyekelanio. Chukuna malugo yobia diocha. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Owe chuku bezie chuku. Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo. Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo. Nifo solo ne asi alibazie. Oboye bebe agaranya muliba. Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solea. Mano agaranya mua. Oboye afiozi elipakwa. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Oboye chikubezio lisa. Kodili ma, kodili bemo. Kodili wakema, kodili wanima. Naino kwane we beluge beluo. Kodili ma, kodili bemo. Kodili kemo, kodili heyo. Ibedwe me wane, nikadie zibohimo.
Well, Southeast, I was encouraged by what I heard. Nobody told me. Two statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea. I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that EPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere. And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property, I think EPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. And we will do it.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my time.
Hello, good afternoon out there. I hope you're having a swell time in wherever you are at this time of the day. If you're in America, I say good afternoon. If you're some part of America, I say good evening. If you're some part of England, I say good night. If you're in Nigeria, I say good evening or good night. If you're in Australia, we say welcome, good morning. We just want to say thank you so much for joining us today and for sparing your time with us. This is the Dr. Damages show. I'm just sitting in for him today. And we're going to have a very good, robust discussion. It may not go the way that you are thinking, but all ideas are welcome. And for today, we are going to look at what was and what we are expecting in the next year. As you will know, we have just celebrated with success all around the world the Biafra Day. And we'd like to touch on whatever part of the world you are, what went down and how it went, and what were the takeaways, and what have we learned. We also want to know what you are planning for the next one to come next year, and how soon we can do that will help to give us more leverage, mileage in the things that we have all called ourselves to do. I chose a few videos, but I couldn't get all the ones that went down around the world. But I think in the course of this broadcast, we'll be able to download some of them. Or some of you also can bring that in and we'll play them and talk about it. You are welcome. It's going to be talk today. It's going to be also a lot of planning. It's going to be looking at what is needed to be done in Biafra land. What do we need to do to bring our people to speed of where we were before the Civil War? Before the Civil War, if you all remember, sometimes these things are not told, and so people don't understand. When Queen Elizabeth came to Nigeria for the independence celebration, it was Odmogujuku's father that whose vehicle, whose Rolls Royce was used to carry the Queen Elizabeth at that time. In other words, he was the one who had the best car in the contraction called Nigeria at that time. And so he had the pleasure of hosting her and also sleeping in his guest house. So sometimes some people think that Igbos became rich because Nigeria was created. Now Igbos, no, that is not true. Even before the Nigeria came to being, businesses and businessmen have always evolved in Igbo land. I'm not saying that didn't happen in other places. I'm just trying to narrow down on what happened in the East. We know that if you read history like I did, you find out that the Trans-Saharan trade has always been there. The Mansa Musa route and all that, which was in the upper part of Nigeria, or the 5 Hausa states, otherwise called the Banza Bokwe. We all read that, those stories, and what the way trade was organized in the north. But today we are dealing with, how we can activate a commerce and industry in the East and bring it to the point what it were and how life was being lived in the East before the Civil War. Before the Civil War, some people from our community, they could tell you how they lived. They lived, a fairly decent life. Okay. So some of what we see today going on in England, I sometimes I begin to having become a grown-up, I begin to think that some of the things that they're doing in England, they actually copied from us, because our architecture and every other way we have built houses have always been how we have built it, and now we see some of the designs outside of the shores of Nigeria. So in other words, we have a rich culture, we have nothing to be ashamed of. Our people were well advanced in technology and science, be it the way that they decided to give us a word called primitive. Anyway, now we'll all be able to dive into that. My late dad told me something very interesting. He said to me that before the war, there was no word in Igbo language called armed robber. And then there was nothing like thieves. But what brought about all that was at the end of the war, and 20 pounds was given to everybody, irrespective of how much you had. And so those soldiers, Biafran soldiers, who had come back from the war, who, in a family of 10, you people have 20 pounds. What are you going to do with it? And so those soldiers who came back, some of them became very irritated and became irritant to society. So as 20 pounds is shared, some of them went with the same gun which they just came back from, and they said to call what the Igbos refer to as Ojiegbeaga. That's a person who walk around with gun, Ojiegbeaga. So in other words, they started, using that to harass people to collect their 20 pounds or collect whatever they can collect. That was how evil came into Igbo land. Before now, I still remember, that my dad told me, those days you could go to the farm, harvest your crops, come and leave them by the road of the farm and just cover it with leaf, and nobody comes to carry it, nobody touches it. But after the war, all that changed. In fact, after the war, he said the Igbo land totally changed. Everything, the soil, the vegetation, and all changed. In fact, there's some certain part of the community you are advised to be careful when you are going there, because some of them still have residuals of bombs that did not that were not detonated. But having said that, I want us to look at again, just review the video of the meeting. Maybe that's a good point to start. A meeting that went on in Aburi. Why am I playing it? So you take away, the things I want to take away from that meeting is the report of the journalists who covered those meetings and the cordial relationship by which that meeting ended. One would have thought, because of the display of respect and mutual understanding, that if there was a fallout of that, we would have been able to sit down on the table and have a discussion. But this is what we are saying now. Events have overtaken that. But I want you to revisit that part of history and then make up your own mind for yourself. Let's go there. Sorry. Okay, if you, by the way, I want to give a shout out to Oriako Tokwe. Thank you so much. You've made my day. At least I can now be able to comfortably order for coffee while I'm sitting on this table this afternoon. And I pray that the rest of people will do likewise so that we all can be joining and we can discuss in the atmosphere of cordiality. It's not, if we judge, we will not war. Let's always continue to talk. Thank you so much, Tokwe, for your generous support this afternoon. Okay, having said that, the link is out there. Let's all come in and have a very robust discussion. Going back to the video that I just showed, I don't know if you want me to play it slowly so that we all can analyze it and see. But if you look at the newspaper publication, there was no iota of the fact that there was an issue that was not dealt with. Even a newspaper, because later on in history, when you read some part of the account from certain people from the north, they said Ojukwu used English to confuse Gowan and use the word confederation, which he didn't quite understand. But you see the newspapers there, so the confederation word wasn't Ojukwu who gave it. It was an outcome of the meeting. So if they came back and they felt that this meeting didn't go the way they wanted, they could have just simply called another one or go back to the same Abori, and then we all would have saved ourselves almost 4 million people slaughtered for nothing. And the Nigerian history will not be what it is today. Many of our compatriots, many people who would have, engineers and, leaders of society and communities perished in that needless war, as I'll call it, because individuals felt they feel more related to their tribe and their region than what is good for all of us. And that has not changed even till this moment as we talk. I have some video, but I don't know if time will permit us to watch it. Some northern, not governors will meet and tell you we are talking on behalf of the north. Is there a north in Nigeria, or is Nigeria just one? If there's a north and there's a west and there's an east, it then means that the same confederation that Ojukwu was talking about is what we are practicing, because unknown to everybody, or whatever the interpretation they gave it, confederation simply means that every region will run by itself. You run your region and then report to the center. So if we're still doing north, south, east, and west, it means we're still operating, and some people are quick to condemning Aguiyi, who I think have not been given his place of pride in the Nigerian history. Because even before Aguiyi became the became the head of state of Nigeria, he had played a very prominent role, one of the first black people to command a United Nations troop in the war, and commanded it very well, for which he got a lot of honors. But today you can see that Aguiyi is not being given a place of pride. And I am wondering what the Eastern governors are doing, especially the governor of Abia State. But that's going to be a discussion for us, those of us who are Abia people, on another day. Let's go into this discussion. I have with me coming also is my brother Chim. Chim, you are welcome. If you can hear me, you can.
Hi, KJ, how are you doing? How's your Sunday going?
Sunday is good. How's yours?
Very well.
Okay, I was actually looking for Okoko for today, but I couldn't find anyone. So
I thought about doing that, but I'm not very good with caps. So I prefer
oh yeah, because you have plenty of hair. I mean, you don't have what I am looking for, and I'll still go out and look for. I don't have any of those, traditional clothes. I have to go and get.
And there's a joke that part of the reasons why most of our leaders are not thinking well is because their heads are always covered. So because their heads, something is hitting their brain. So
I see.
Anyway, just by the way.
So today we actually trying to look at what is the way forward, and is there anything I have some series of questions here that I think we'll probably have to dive into. One of which is that how did the celebration around how did the celebration around your area go? I mean, Was there any serious Biafra activities? And if so, do you have videos for that? And do you think we have given a good account of ourselves around the world for the 30th of May? Sorry.
Well, to be honest with you, it would be wrong of me to say there was any, or to say there wasn't, because I wasn't necessarily paying attention to the activities of Biafra within the my immediate environment here. So I don't think. However, I know we're going to have an Igbo Day coming up soon in August. Sometime in August. I'm not exactly sure what date they fixed it for, and I intend to be part and parcel of it. But when it comes to, if I'm correct, your question is, the second part of your question being, have we learned anything or something? I'm not sure if I got that right.
Yes. Have we
for the history
able to show ourselves?
Yes. Right. Yeah. So these have always been my thoughts that everything that happens to you as a human being, whether as a collective, as a society, or as an individual, is part and parcel of your history. So you can't throw that away. But we're the only group of people. When I mean we, I'm not just talking about Igbos or Biafrans, but generally Black people and Africans in general. We're the only group of people who, for some strange reason that I can't speak to, don't seem to love to tell their history that much. It doesn't matter. History doesn't mean that everything about you has to be 100% correct. I mean, even those of us who read the Bible, you go in there, you see the horrible things in there. There are things there that are not exactly things that you would want any ear to hear, but they're there. Whether it's good, it's the bad, the ugly, that's exactly the way life should be. You know, we learn from, if you don't know where the rain started beating you from, then you not know how exactly to dry yourself. So I think it's not, I've repeated it severally, Nigeria did an injustice to Biafra as either as a group or as an event that happened. So it should be something for us to look back and say, listen, we didn't pretty much, we could start from saying that maybe the military shouldn't have made an incursion into politics. It's very debatable. Should they have not? Should they have allowed the civilians to learn from it? Because we're not the only society where our early politicians and civilian administrators were not doing things right. We've had, if you go to East Africa, Kenya has never experienced a military rule. It has been a democracy from beginning till today. They've had challenges. They've overcome them at different stages. Botswana has gone through the same thing. Very close to us here, Senegal. Senegal has never experienced any military coup. They've always been a civilian. They haven't always had a perfect system, but they've always tried to improve. And of course, like the Americans would say, working towards a more perfect union. So I think the problem with us is we do not take time to introspect. We do not take time to be able to ask ourselves very pertinent questions. How can we improve on the things we're doing? And then see how we can improve them. Because we constantly want to live in denial. Do you understand? As if things never happened. That is why somebody will wake up as a president and erase history, because you're living in denial. But if you really appreciate the fact that your yesterday will inform or influence or play a role in your tomorrow, then you're constantly looking at your yesterday. Where did I get it wrong? How can I improve? And that gives the next generation the liberty also to learn from the same process. Because what we're doing is we're chunking out another group of people who also will live in that same pedestal. And that's why we keep, struggling and not seemingly making any headway. So as an initial opening statement, that's just all I want to say. I think we haven't really done justice to that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chim. Thank you so much. Here comes our brother, Tony. Tony, you're welcome.
Thank you, my brother, KJ. Thank you, Chim. How are you guys doing? Thank you, people who are watching and listening.
Okay,
happy Sunday.
So, happy Sunday to you. We are saying, have the Biafrans been able to situate themselves in the event around the world that yesterday, the 30th of May, was an important date, and were we able to establish that in the minds and hearts of people around the world?
Well, I looked at some videos that was shown back home in Abia, Were, and you could see that the streets were virtually empty. And my thinking is that people were observing. Nobody told them to stay at home, but it looked like for them it was a solemn day and occasion. People were taking time to reflect and look at the past and maybe tell their history to their wards and so on and so forth. You see, the tragedy is that the generation that experienced the war, our fathers, some of them have gone. I'm not sure that they have been able to really tell their experiences, because it's one person can't tell the story, because this was an event that took place sometimes simultaneously in different locations and places. So there's a need for us to have real eyewitness accounts. People tell, it's different when you read it from the book than when people really tell you stories of what they saw and their experiences. No one can put it so succinctly in a way that you can feel it. And why is that necessary? Because you need to know what has happened to you, where you're coming from. You need to understand. That will help them to appreciate the struggle that our fathers went through, and how at some point all the struggles and efforts were truncated. You want to tell the Port Harcourt story, how you labored, and built houses, and you thought you were in the same country, and suddenly something happened, and all your wealth, everything disappears in the same country, and you cannot go back and claim your wealth. And it's not talked about anytime you want to mention it. Some people feel aggrieved. Yet in the West, for instance, in Lagos, people who own property, got their property back. This is the same country. So we can't sweep these things under the carpet. You need to tell the story because it's important. And then there are also people outside who have never gone, who didn't experience the war, who don't know the pain and the mental torture and agony that people went through, apart from probably what they read in the newspapers. It's an opportunity for us to share our experiences. Let them see, the challenge, and some of the biases and stereotypes, that they had and been sold to them concerning a certain people, concerning the events of the Civil War and what caused it. Is now beginning to break down because people are talking and people are communicating. Many years ago, you couldn't say it because the actors. I give you an example, for instance, in the story that I shared, in my narrative that I shared, and I mentioned someone who wrote on the carnage, the pogrom in my town. Emma Okocha is dead now. When he did that, he had to run away from Nigeria because he was being chased up and down. He had to seek asylum in I think in the United States, because some people couldn't deal with the hard facts that was being churned out by him. These are facts. They would rather, nobody mentioned it. And it's probably the reason why, for instance, Ojukwu didn't write the book, even though he had the manuscripts and all that, because there are certain things you cannot say, until, when after a while, before you can say these things. Babangida couldn't say some of the things that he said, at a particular time, because that cost him. When Obasanjo wrote about Nzogu, it cost him, but he was speaking about Nzogu as his elder brother, because Nzogu was his brother, and he took care of Nzogu's mother until she died. But for some people, once you mention Nzogu, it conjures up something, very sinister, something very diabolic, something not good. So, for some reasons, we have not been able to tell our story the way it is, and the way the world will understand. I was reading something about Steve Jobs, many years ago. As a young man, he was a Christian, and he used to go to Sunday school. And then sometime in 1968, he saw, I think it was a drum magazine then, it's extinct now, and then he saw a picture of children from Biafra who were suffering from kwashiorkor. You know, the sight was so ugly and so dehumanizing, and as a child, you know, he was miffed. It was something that really bothered him, and so he took it. He took that magazine to a Sunday school teacher and showed him this. And he said to him, "Is God aware of this? Because you've been teaching me about God, how merciful, how good He is, how good He is, and so on and so forth." So he asked his Sunday school teacher, "Is God aware of this thing that's happening in Biafra?" The Sunday school teacher said, "Yes, God is aware." You know, so he said, "Why would God allow this happen?" Well, the teacher couldn't explain to him, so he got angry, and then that's how he left church, and he went to yoga and so on and so forth. And then his knowledge, his understanding of God, was shifted, because he can't understand how this God that is good and that he reads about the Bible can allow this kind of thing to be happening to a people. And he didn't, I mean, all through his life. Anyway, I want to stop there, because in his dying days, died of cancer, 55 or 56. But that thing was still running around him, if you go by the thing that he said. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that we haven't had time, as a result of these circumstances or these issues and so on, to really tell our story. You want to tell it, someone wants to shut you down. You want to tell it, you want to be very careful, so you want to offend some sensibilities and so on and so forth. But we got to tell our story. And I'm happy that, there was such an occasion, a day like that, where people could sit down and talk about it. And sometimes it helps you to get closure. But we have to unburden ourselves. We have to see the nation right now, the state where the nation is. It's important that they understand the Igbo man, understand that the Igbo man has nothing against Nigeria, has nothing, that the things that happen were resulted as a result of circumstances. Some people acted as individuals. You cannot say a nation planned this. Now we're beginning to understand that people didn't sit together and say, "Listen, this is what we're going to do against Nigeria." No, it wasn't so. But there were individuals that were involved. And we now know that it was just an Igbo, not just Igbo people that did this. You had Hausas, you had Yorubas, you had Igbos, you had people from the minorities and so on who participated. But see, when things like this happen, failure is an orphan. Once you fail, everybody wants to, but success, has many fathers. So I think that's the lesson we are learning now. I once listened to Babangida when he said that if he had the opportunity, he would have participated in that coup, the first coup. He said it. But here we are. You couldn't say it so many years ago, but now you can say it, because now we have a better understanding of what happened. With due respect to those who were killed, because if you say that kind of a thing, it's like you're mocking those who have been killed, the big leaders and so on and so forth. But there was a situation, that was on hand. Maybe the approach was different. Maybe people shouldn't have been killed, but in the minds of those, if you listen to Nzogu's speech, he spoke specifically about our enemies, the 10%ers, those who take 10%, and those, it was specific, but here we are. Eventually the thing went to civil war, and I just end to say that, I like the caption of Eza in his book that said that in Biafra, Africa died. But I want to change it to say in Biafra, Nigeria died. Let me stop there so that our brother
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Also, even talking about Steve Jobs, you also remember that John Lennon also spoke so much about this. In fact, returned his this thing, because he said he could not agree that people like Britain could support what was going on. There was a lot of media blackout of what went on in this during the Civil War. And sometimes, just like you said, Tony, when you want to talk about it, they look at you as a tribalist. They try to, which is what has made it impossible to tell. But now we're looking at a new media that has made it possible for me to speak whatever I want to speak and put it out there for those who are interested to hear. And so it becomes a bit difficult to control the narrative. It's no longer the days of NTA. 30 million Nigerians cannot be wrong. That has gone. because right now we one person alone can speak to 30 million Nigerians. So your whatever you're putting out can be countered by just one person in a remote area, and that is why I said individuals who are, who have made the social media, a threat, have become a threat to governments. Now,
Thank God for social media, that we can now reach the whole world and tell our story.
Really help to democratize the media space, and so it becomes difficult to have you alone have the narrative. It's no longer the situation of one town crier. Everybody now can do his own crying in the town. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ahmefla. Mr. Ike himself. Thank you so much for joining us, and also thank you to stay humble as you have come humbly today. I like your red background, by the way. All right, so yes, Mr. Ike, did you follow any of the activities around the world? I know that I saw the ones in London, the ones in France, the ones in Poland. Poland, one of those Russian cities and all that. They were everywhere in the world, especially in Africa. There was that of South Africa was big. I was trying to download it, but I don't know. My system seemed to be hooking. So after the end, I'll probably be able to do that. What can you say have the Igbos or the Biafrans or the people of the southeast, have they been able to tell their story convincingly? Or at least were we able to blanket? That's what we call those days. I used to work in a media organization we call it Teletron. We truncate the whole of the media for 1 week with our information. Now, were we able to do that? And can you say that we have been able to utilize? Okay, let me leave you to answer that. I'll go to the next man with that. Have you been able to do that?
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to everybody, depending from where. Happy Sunday to every one of us.
Happy Sunday to you, sir.
It's not Ahamefle, it's Alamefle. So don't change
sorry.
Don't change my father's name.
My mistake.
My junior brother decided to put H on his own. My junior brother answered Ahamefle, but it's Alamefle.
Let my land not be lost.
Yes.
Our land will never be lost.
Amen.
Yes, sir.
I did not watch the program today or yesterday because you can see I'm putting on my office. I'm in the office working today. It is what it is. All of us who live in this part of the world.
That's what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Some of the people that we try to help in Nigeria, they're enjoying now eating rice and chicken, and enjoying themselves.
It's true.
We are working. But I think, to be honest with you, I think we have been able to tell our stories when the narrative was controlled by one platform or two platforms. But now, like as we are saying, we have been able to tell our stories, and a lot of people have been aware of really what actually happened to the people of the Southeast. And some honest people have sincerely acknowledged what happened to we, the people of the Southeast. I do not expect everybody to acknowledge that because of one sentiment or the other. But I think that technology and advancement of knowledge and the internet has helped us to tell our story. A lot of people who has never heard about Biafra before, with all the activity that is going on around the world, they begin to ask, what is Biafra, right? And we've been able to tell the story as we know. Like everybody said here, I was born 62. So by 67 to 70, you can imagine how many years I was. I was still a small boy, but I still experienced, I saw when we used to run away from the village and go to where we used to do our farm. That's where we used to go and take cover. And I could remember an incident when we were going. My singlet that I put here, this place, fall into a ditch. I never forget that till today. Anytime I'm going through that stream, that road, I still remember what happened in that particular place. When we go to that farm area, when the plane and everything has subsided, the men will go back to the village and study the area. And if it is, safe for us to go back home, we all go back to the village. If it is not safe, we, the little children and the women, will remain there, and the men will always go back home to see what is going on. My uncle, two of my uncle, they were in the Biafran army also. And I remember that when they were looking for people to go to the war, they were pursuing one of my uncle. As he tried to jump the fence, he poo-pooed his clothes because he was running to the fear of going to that war was too much for him. And as they were pushing him and he was running, he tried to jump a fence and everything, so he eventually fell down and they caught him, right? And he ended up not coming back from the war because I think he got defeated already before the move. So only my senior uncle who was able to come back. But like all of us are saying here, they never tell the story. Really, they never try to tell the story. I don't know, maybe it's because of emotions or because of what they saw, right? Like we are saying here, most of the things we are saying now is what was written in the books, like Tony said. And there are so many people who participated in that war that are no more alive, many that have gone to to meet the Lord. And some that are still living are old now, and some of them still really do not want to talk about it, But I think that the picture you showed about Ojukwu and Gowon, I think Ojukwu going to exile, I think it helped to market the Biafran issue. It helped to also spread the news about Biafra. So, to be honest with you, I think we are trying. I think we are trying so far. We have done well so far by trying to spread the news, by people trying to recognize what really transpired, by people trying to understand that, acknowledging it, and some people who are bold enough that are saying they are sorry to what happened to the Biafrans. And I think for we, the people from the Southeast, it is our responsibility to begin to heal. We have to heal, but it's like when you're talking about somebody with sexual harassment, it's not easy to heal because every time you try to heal, you find yourself in the midst of certain people. And when they try to show you that you are not part of them, the memory still comes back to you back, even though you're trying to heal. You're trying to present yourself as, we know it happened, but we can still be one Nigeria. We can still be the same people, right? And so it's a process that we're going to go. And I think that our generation, as we keep healing, I believe that our children and our grandchildren and those ones that are going to come after them will eventually, get healed from what transpired, because we cannot continue to keep it in ourselves because it's not going to help any of us. But I think that we have learned a lot of lessons. It has made us to know where we belong in Nigeria or what other people think about us. Like Tony, when he was saying that when you try to talk about it, people, the receptive of people is hurting, right? But I think that for me personally, I am trying as much as possible that we can heal, But there is something I have to say before I give my brother stay humble to. Before you go, we, the people from the Southeast, should recognize and realize that we are blessed by God. And the blessing that God has given to an Igbo man is a divine favor of God. That an Igbo man will always survive anywhere. If you give an Igbo man nothing, the spirit of survival is in us. We survive. I end up to, when I came to this island, I met, outside the people I saw in the medical school, which was eventually moved back to the US, I met about 3 or 4 Nigerians who were here. And when I came, about 2 or 3, 4 of them joined us in this island. But none of them could stay here because the island is small. They're saying, my brother, what am I going to do here? How am I going to survive here? If you tell somebody that you're living in an island that is about 20,000 people, they will ask you, are you crazy? What are you doing? What are you doing in such a place? So eventually all of them left because they couldn't stay here. But I'm an Igbo man, the survivor spirit of an Igbo man, right? I'm here. And I've been here for over going to 16 to 17 years. I've survived. I am blessed. I'm not looking at Nigerian government which has not given me anything. But I've survived as an Igbo man, even where other people run away from. So I think that all of us here that are here, we have survived it. We are no more looking at the 20 pounds. We have overgrown 20 pounds that they gave our fathers and our uncles, and it wasn't the 20 pounds that made them to be able to train each and every one of us. It's the survivor spirit. It wasn't even the government, but it's the spirit and the blessings of God that is in the hands of an Igbo man, that anything that we touches, God blesses it for us. Okay, so I did like this for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. The can-do spirit is what frightens most Nigerians. The inability to say never say never. The inability when you say it's impossible, is the Igbo man say, wait till I do it. That is what I think is more frightening for them. And it's instead of being a source of strength for the nation, that become a source of hatred and division, and all kinds of things have risen from there. Mr. Stay humble. Since God has given you that kind of can-do spirit, ability to say it can be done, and you are going around, how are you able to manage? Because if that is what you drive, your motto, your driving force, it means that you are going to eventually encounter people who will not like you, because they say, when we say you can't do it, he says he can do it. When he say it's not impossible, we say it's possible. When he say, who can do it? Say, here I am, I can do it. When we say it's difficult to do, you say, what's difficult? Let's just start. That is what you carry. Are you
when everything is going berserk, he stays humble.
Yes. Are you carrying that? And how do you now relate to that? Would you now think that there's going to be an acceptance of you in the Nigerian space? Since what we are used to is believing that it is impossible and it cannot be better. Look at Rwanda. Rwanda is like this. Why should you be worried that Naira is falling? Look at Cameroon. Cameroon here, are they not suffering? Are the people not hungry there? Look at how it is. Look at Ghana, our brothers. They are good. When we come to a point of saying, even though everybody may be falling apart around us, we can do it. We will settle ourselves, build ourselves, and build other of our neighbors. I think that's the spirit that we have in Igbo land.
Okay, thank you very much, Oga KJ, for another opportunity, giving me to express my views. And I want to greet everyone on the panel. Thank you, Oga Tony, for your consistency. Oga Ike, Mr. Chim as well, who ran away from us. Maybe established a new factory and wanted to consolidate it. Yeah, I think he was absent for some time. You know, he used to be one of the most consistent members of this forum. I'm sorry, I don't know what my phone is saying. All right, so
he wants to be a professor. Many people from his place are professors, so he's still enrolled to be.
So someone said, mentioned earlier that in Biafra, right, Africa died. And yeah, I think it's Africa, I will say. Because if you go back to the late 50s and the early 60s, and you look at the growth in the trajectory, the growth trajectory of Eastern Nigeria, even Western Nigeria, we were even better than South Korea. If you look at the GDP and Human Development Index for the late 50s and early 60s, we were slightly better than South Korea. But today, South Korea is among the top 20 economies in the world, and a first world country. Yeah. So even I think one of the former African president, was it Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, also mentioned something like that pertaining to the Igbos. And my former roommate, in second year, he's here as well. He told me that was 7 years ago. He said that the Igbo diaspora is the hope of the Africa. And when he mentioned it, I didn't really capture the imperative, what he meant. But with time, it dawned on me, even coming here and seeing what's going on, dawned on me that this is so true. I was discussing with someone who is not from Nigeria, and then was talking about the different nationalities in Nigeria. I would prefer to use the term nationalities because I always want to refer to Nigeria as a subcontinent. So different nationalities in Nigeria say, oh, that they know just the Igbo people. I was like, no, we have 3 major ethnic groups, and I say, that they watch Nollywood, and most of the people they see Nollywood is just the Igbos. So I think we've gone far, and all other African countries, I think I've come to appreciate the industry and the resilience of the Igbo man as well. Nigeria, was not structured to succeed, because I would say that the people that formed Nigeria, did not do it out of a good heart, because they still wanted to reap the benefits from the south, the southern part of Nigeria. Before the amalgamation and the all the stuff that happened, the British Governor General's rules and the rest of them, the Igbo people were living among themselves and among the other tribes in old Eastern Nigeria and part of the so-called Midwest, among the Benis, among the Yorubos, among the Ibibios, in fact, so some of the languages, some of the languages was a result of people, I can't remember how to put it now, but
mixture.
Those languages were related.
Yeah, mixtures.
Really.
Assimilation, cultural assimilation.
You see, let me shock you. My mom is from Chim's place, but their dialect, our place is less than 30 minutes away from each other, but their dialect is different from my own. They have a way they spin theirs, and we have a way we put ours. So when somebody speaks from his place, you know that this person is from this locality. And when we speak, they know that, oh, we are from that locality. Now, some people have used that now to say when they are Ikwere people, they say that we're not Igbos. So Chim can easily say he's not Igbo because his dialect is different from my own. I can also say I'm not Igbo because my dialect is different from his own. even though we're just less than, I mean, what is 30 minutes? Less than 30 minutes away from each other.
Yeah, away from.
Okay. So we also speak to that because that has brought so much division that was not there in the first place.
So while I was growing up, I think my father told me something about, the language. He said that if you slap an Ibibio man, that he will speak Igbo. You know all these things that people will be speaking for ne till something happens, and then they will say, "Oh, Chim," that kind of thing. So if you slap an Ibibio man, he will speak Igbo. You know, that's just to show you how closely related, those ethnic groups. We even say that they are tribes, because the difference between tribe and the ethnic group, So the Igbo man, I would say, has gone really far, considering what transpired during the war. During my first job, I think my first job after youth service, I was just saying, okay, next. So, and the next person to come in was former Nigerian military personnel. He served in the army during the war and the rest of that. And then when he came in, he said, "Where are you from?" I said, "From Anambra." I said, "Oh, wow." That whenever he sees someone from Igbo land, I will be like, how did these people manage to make it? Because he fought the war, he saw the level of devastation. He said he never imagined he never imagined that the Igbo man will ever rise. That whenever he sees the Igbo man, that he'll be like, that God is really with the Igbo people. So I think that we've really gone far. Some people criticize us, oh, we do this, we don't speak our language often. But if you look at our history and what we've gone through, we've tried to modify some of our cultures. We've tried to modify some of our ideals and traditions and the rest of them to adapt to the Nigerian situation, to cope with the hardship and everything. I think we've really gone far. We've made tremendous progress in all aspects. If you look at all the indices of life, the rankings and the rest, the Southeast has been ranked number one in most of the things. Children in school, people that have access to water, this and that and that and that. I think we are really doing well. I don't like to use the word Southeast for the Igbos because it's just political, really. The South, Zeke and Ekweme were the people that convinced Abacha to divide the country into 6 geopolitical zones. Why did they do that? Because they wanted the people of the so-called South, the Niger Delta people, to have their own region, because they being with also the West and this thing, the West tried to put enmity between them and Igbo people, but them having their own region will give them a sense of belonging. One. So also, I think they were the ones that convinced Abacha to create Bayelsa State. So Bayelsa State is like 70 to 80% Ijaw, right? Yeah. So that will make River State to have a somewhat Igbo majority. You see, yeah. So the wisdom in creating the 6 geopolitical zones, was to give those minority ethnic groups a sense of belonging, their own regions. Yeah. So I think that will go a long way to reduce the antagonism, between them and the Igbo people. I would think so. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
KJ, sorry. If you can allow me, I want to share a testimony I think I've shared here before. I'm talking about that survivor spirit, right?
Yes. Go ahead.
You know, when I came to this island, I think I shared this story here before. Where I'm working presently, the first place I came to look for a work when I came to this island was this particular company where I was working. I'm working right now. And they told me there is no vacancy here. So eventually I got a job with a catering company that caters for KLM, for Continental, for Delta at the airport. So I worked with the company for about 5 years. And when they decided to move to the Aruba, the next island, they offered me a better salary and a better incentive to move to Aruba with them. But I said, no, I cannot move to Aruba. I have to remain in Bonaire. Because my wife works in the government and I'm not ready every weekend. I fly to Bonaire for a weekend. I'm not ready to do that. So I stayed back. Then I came back after 5 years to this particular company again to look for a job. And eventually the day I came, they asked me to bring my application. I brought my application. And when I walk into the office of the supervisor, who has to interview me, the first thing he asked me was, do I have a Dutch passport? I said, no, I don't have a Dutch passport. And he said, okay, sorry, they are looking for somebody that has a Dutch passport. I said, okay, thank you, sir. And I stood up from my chair, and as I reached to the door, I touched the handle of the door to open the door. A spirit asked me to go back. Then I went back to the manager. I said, sir, can I sincerely ask you a question? He said, yeah, you can, you are free. I said, okay, if I have a Dutch passport, as you asked me, would that make me a Dutch man? The man was taken aback. He was looking at me. He was short of words. He didn't know what to answer me. He was completely confused about, because maybe it wasn't what he was expecting.
Yeah.
So when I asked him, I said, okay, thank you, sir. I'll see you next time. I went to the door. I touched the door. And as I stepped 1, 2, 3 outside the door, he sent somebody to call me back. And I came back. And he asked me to sit down, and I sit. So he asked me, how did the question that I asked him came about? I said, well, because you said that I don't have a Dutch passport, and because I don't have a Dutch passport, I'm not qualified to do the job. And that's why I ask you, if I have a Dutch passport, am I a Dutch? So he shook his head. He said, you are the kind of people that I'm looking for. He looked at my this and he asked me a few questions, and he said, okay, I'm going to call you. And when I went home, the next day around 12 o'clock, he called me and he said that, my friend, you're going to get the job, and you come and sign your contract in the next 2 days. And after 2 days, I came and I signed my contract, and he became my best friend in this company, right? But now he has moved back to Holland. What I'm trying to say is that survivor spirit. Because if I tell you that I know why that thought came to me, I cannot explain that. How did that thought came to me for me to go back and ask that question? So is that favor of God? Is that spirit of God that works with an Igbo man? There is something about an Igbo man that we ourselves cannot really see, but there is something about us. So I just want to put it that it is that survivor spirit. And I have grown from being a normal worker to become a supervisor also. So it wasn't about education, but it was about, commitment. It was about dedication. It was about showing that, you can do the job even though you didn't go to school to study what you're doing, but you make yourself available that you want to learn, you know. So now I was working on the people, but right now people are working on me. So this is a story of an Igbo man everywhere around the world, you know. So that's why I say, and let me share that to encourage and motivate us, because this is who we are. We can't even explain it. Okay, God bless you.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if I should just make a comment about what you said.
Yeah, just
now. Just few seconds. When I was working in Oyo, I had the opportunity to work in the heart of Yoruba land, just for a short period of time. And I had conversations with some people. I had the opportunity to sit where Yoruba were having like very deep conversations. And then someone mentioned, a call Yoruba, but say that the reason that they're afraid of Igbo people, because of so and so and so, he listed the qualities, why they're afraid of Igbo people, even politically and otherwise. Say that they are so united, that they don't even sit down together to say, okay, we'll do this, but they just have that oneness of spirit and they just move and you can't stop them.
Okay, thank you so much. That again, you see,
KJ,
yes,
I was gonna. Can I say something? There was something Tony said earlier, and yes, I wanted him to. Will I say exactly? Elaborate a little bit more. He said something that people wanted to say. He made an allusion to somebody from his community who spoke the truth about what happened and then had to run away. Then he spoke about how IBB was IBB really gagged from saying the truth? That's one. Two, he said OBJ also, when he wrote, they didn't want to come out clearly. Is that really what's happening? Is it that people know the truth, don't want to speak the truth because there is some mystical authority somewhere who's hunting at them and not allowing them to speak? Is that what's happening? Or is it the fact that there is a clear inability for people to be honest? Let me put it that way. To be honest. And that's why people are incapable of seeing exactly what is happening. Because why is it that when it comes to Nigeria, that's the only place? I'll give you an example of what I'm saying. So we know who's behind Boko Haram, for instance, as an example. The government has all the intel on who's behind it. And then the government will now sponsor somebody to go to the newspapers and say, we have the names of people behind these things. Don't we hear that all the time in Nigeria? And this thing continues and those names are never unveiled. You will hear something like government will say, we have the list of all the people who have embezzled money, but they will not go after those people. So why is it that Nigeria is the only place where there is virtually a lack of accountability, virtually a lack of holding people responsible for their actions or being able to speak the truth? Do you know that you can be against Biafra and against breaking up of Nigeria and still come up today to say, listen, I fought because I needed to defend Nigeria, but it doesn't mean that what the government did back then was right? Why is it difficult for us to live our lives like that? And this is peculiar with people who come from Nigeria, I'm sorry to say.
All right. Thank you. Tony, before you answer, I want you to watch this video so you can include it inside.
Okay, good.
Okay? It will make a lot of sense when you watch it and then.
How are we going to resolve the crisis in the Southeast?
Well, Southeast, I was encouraged by what I heard. Nobody told me. Two statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea. I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that EPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere. And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property, I think IPOP doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we'll talk to them in the language they understand. We'll organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. And we will do it.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead, sir.
Well, that's speech by the former head of state has come, and president came under quite a lot of criticism because I think for me it's marks of someone. I mean, for someone so who is so highly placed, who fought the war, who had colleagues before the war, before the coup, who had Igbo officers and so on as his colleague and friends, and who had the opportunity to rule this country as the military head of state and as the president. To say that kind of a thing is, for me, unfortunate. And it does suggest that there's a problem somewhere, because this is the same Buhari who had an Igbo officer from Delta who became a general, Iweze. He was then, young. I think he was then a second lieutenant or so. And people had told Buhari that you can't have this Igbo man, with you, when we're fighting his people, and that you should put him away. Should be part of your trusted allies in the fight against Biafra. And General Buhari was quoted to have said then that no, he trusts him, and he fought with him, on the Nigerian side. And so when you see this same person making this type of statement when he's supposed to be a statesman, it's troubling. And I think he was probably misinformed. And those are the biases that our talking and speaking will break down. For some people, it's deep-seated. There's nothing you would say. It's formed, and there's nothing you can do. But there are people who are now, with the amount of information that is coming out, are beginning to appreciate and begin to understand that mistakes were made, some deliberately, some inadvertently, and we need it, as in our country. But to go to the question that Jim asked, I mentioned Ima Okocha. He's late now. He wrote a book, The Blood in the Niger. The Blood on the Niger. And it focused mainly on the pogrom in Asaba during the war. And if you read that book, a catalog was this is an eyewitness, because he lost his father too. He was affected. He lost his brothers, he lost his parents in that war. So he was not speaking as someone who didn't know or who heard. It was someone who was affected. His town was affected. He saw destruction. So he took time, to catalog the things that he saw, and then went and with thorough interview, going from village to village, names of people who were killed, events in various other places where, the slaughter slabs, and locations where these things took place, mentioning names of the actors, those who participated on the Nigerian side in this killing, and so on and so forth. And some people who he mentioned were not comfortable with it. So they declared him wanted. You remember that Mazi Okpara was speaking, when I spoke, Mazi Okpara was talking about someone who came to television, and he was speaking, talking about the massacre, the pogrom in Asaba, and he was stopped because he was saying things that he don't want the world to hear. So at that time, there are certain things you couldn't say. Even when I was giving my own eyewitness account, there are certain names that I didn't mention, because those people are alive today. They're still alive. And I mentioned just two names, Murtala Mohammed and Ibrahim Taiwo, who were some of the main actors in Asaba. It doesn't mean that they were just the only ones. As a matter of fact, I need to add here that Ibrahim Taiwo's son was on the platform where I had written something. He came on, he came on and he apologized on behalf of his father for what his father did. He said he was sorry that this had to happen and that his father was involved. But of course, like we say in Igbo, they were just saying, he who kills by the sword goes by the sword. There was a general that I didn't mention. He ended up retired as a general who also participated from the Northeast, who participated in this program, this massacre. He was killed by Boko Haram in his house. I didn't mention that. I didn't want to mention. There are so many others that are alive. Some say they won't apologize. There's one that is a general, and we came before we put a panel, and he said it wasn't good to apologize. But so the point is that if you watch the put a panel, for instance, you see the kind of drama that went. Set facts were contested. Some people got angry and so on and so forth. But you see, you have to allow the people people made mistakes. And to say no, you must not speak because they don't want the world to hear, because you are an authority and so on and so forth. I think the attitude should be: yes, we made mistakes. Yes, we're sorry on both sides. Yes, we're sorry. This wouldn't have happened. But if you try to rub it, you beat a child, you say you shouldn't cry, you shouldn't talk, that wouldn't work. So that's the context in which I was speaking. Imam Okocha had to run away because there were threats on his life. In fact, he had to seek asylum abroad. And he stayed there for a long time until things came down, many years after. And I didn't mention Ojuku, who said, apparently I think he didn't put the book because he felt that it was not time yet. Because there were things, some deep secrets that he would unveil. Some of those people were still in authority, they were still in power. And so if you say those things, like, they're going to fight you, they're going to come at you. Right. So these are some of the issues, very emotional, things that, would demean the personality of certain people who are in authority, but yet they are facts. We have a system where nothing protects you when you say those things. You don't have institutions that will say, no, you can't harm me. I give you a simple example. I had a land case somewhere, and I went to the police to make a statement. And then the next thing, the person I was petitioning against, it came to the police station. Say, this is not your petition. It's not a photocopy of what you wrote. Before the IPO. and the IPO just snatched it from the time. You won't put me in trouble. You won't put me in trouble. So this is the country you are dealing with.
Yeah, when we come and talk about it, some people think we're just. I said we caught a thief, an armed robber in our estate. We caught because when Abuja started becoming bad, we took turns to stay awake in our estate. That was how bad it was. So in this particular night, we caught this guy and took him to the police station. And the moment the guy realized, the police would notice that he was Fulani. And I'll tell you a true story. They called us aside and said, "Oga, we can no waste our time. We can't lock this guy more than this night." Then the IPO, obviously the guy who is in charge, I don't know his rank, because they're all wearing civilian uniform. So what are you saying? We are journalists. We're going to put this. You say, Oga, we're going to go right now. Or the other thing I go right now, say police release. That's all. But if I say, when I want us to do something, make una know what to make una shake body, we'll go just make sure say the guy no see tomorrow. So me and my other friend who, and the rest of the people from the estate will say, so una no go make sure say the guy no go see tomorrow, then he go come be on our head. Una no go do our work. So we left them, we say, whatever people do, the guy still assured us that, look, they will lock him, but by tomorrow morning, a call will come and say they should release him. That the Fulani is the first citizen. That's now for police station. I hear say Fulani be the number one citizen in Nigeria. Now police tell me, say Fulani is number one citizen. They can't hold him more than that night. Anyway, having said that, some people are arguing with themselves on the chat that and I would just want to dive into that a little bit, because sometimes people come here and they give wrong information. We have discussed the Gaza issue here, and we have never supported what is going on in Gaza. We have never on this channel supported what is going on in Gaza, because every form of conflict is settled in one place, sitting at the table. And I, for one, if we want to go into the issue of Gaza, we will ask a pertinent question, which we cannot even have time to answer here. The people living in that conscription now called Gaza and the rest of Israel, are they the original people there? If you look back 5,000 years ago, were they the people there? Let's not go there, but that's a discussion for another day. That's not what we are dealing here. What we are dealing with now is an issue concerning the Nigerian situation and the Igbo man in question. What is the way for the Igbo man? And our first question, which we just exhausted now, is: were we able to put that issue of Biafra back in the map, in the news around the world? And so far, all the panelists have said, yes, we're able to, some to a large extent, put it back in, into the media space and make people talk about it, which was what we're aiming at. Now, discussing on this issue earlier on, Dr. Damaji told me something which I like to quote, and he spoke it in Igbo, but I'll translate it in English. He said, "What people will always do you something. People will always do something bad to you, but what is more worse is what you do to yourself. So, what we do to ourselves is more worse than what people will do to us." Sometimes I think that the Igbos also have not been fair, enough to deal with the issue that the fallout of the civil war. For instance, if there was no crime in Igbo land before the war started, if there was no lexicon in Igbo language as an armed robber, which they had to coin two words together, Ojiegbaga, that's the direct coinage of that thing from my own tribe. My dad laid that to me. There was nothing like that. There was nothing like that before the Civil War. It was after the Civil War, and people were given 20 pounds, irrespective whether it's a community savings, whether you were a billionaire before that time, no matter how much you had, and how many members of your family, you get 20 pounds. And so that brought evil to a large extent into Igbo land. The question now be, how do we now rearrange ourselves and advise ourselves and plan ahead to get rid of evil in Igbo land? I say this vis-a-vis what is going on now in Anambra State of the native doctor who multiple bodies have been found around his compound. Such people before now do not exist because they will be thrown out of the village. They don't even exist because they would have been found out. But now, this evil that came after the Civil War is gradually spreading to other places. How can we handle and bring ourselves back to that lifestyle that we used to live before, that we are all our brother's keeper? Izukama Neji, that's the right word, that's the word they use. Izukama Neji. How do we go back to that place and re-establish ourselves and our children and give them the understanding that with us, the life is a communal, one person, all for one, one for all. Yes, I'll come to you. I think Chim is busy. So Chim, are you listening? Okay, yeah. So you go ahead, Chim. I don't know if you had my question. That's why I say you.
Can you please repeat it again, please?
You see what I did.
Indulge me, because we're many of us talking out, discussing with somebody on the side, please.
All right. So we are saying that, how do we now reestablish ourselves in Igbo land and bring about communal living, as it were, and reduce the level of evil that has come with the Civil War? Knowing that before now, in my lexicon, there was nothing like armed robbery. But now we'll have to coin it after the Civil War, which we call Ojiegbaga. It wasn't before. So now that is some of the fallout of the Civil War. Stealing, killing, ritual murders, and all that. How do we now reset our society in the Southeast?
Well, I think it's as basic as going back to first principles. we used to be the people who used to depend on our communities in terms of, from the community level, whatever we agree on in terms of, let's say, for instance, the community says this is where we're headed. Everybody coalesces around that particular common agreement, and we pursue it. And people used to be very accountable. Say, for instance, I give you an example. If I borrow money from Tony or from Stay Humble, we have an agreement and I borrow money from him, and then I start defaulting. Tony or Stay Humble, whichever of them I took the money from, will go to the Amala. I'm going to report me. And these guys will investigate and invite Stay Humble, so invite me. And if clearly, yes, I'm owing and I have defaulted severally, I have refused to, honor our agreement, they will pass a judgment that I should pay the money. Sometimes to make it happen, what would they do? They know I have a parcel of land somewhere. So they will go to the next immediate community, leaders who know that I have a parcel of land somewhere. If it means selling that land or exchanging it and giving it to either of them, they'll do that. And it becomes law. So there was some measure of accountability. We were doing stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about, KG. We come from the same place. So now, but some of those things, we're increasingly eroding those things. There is no honor anymore. We see people just do things anyhow. We're borrowing. And to an extent, our culture is not in isolation, because we're in a larger context, people are relating. I give you an example of something, and please, nobody should take this in the lump. Igbos don't hawk. We don't carry things on our heads around the country, but we've learned it. We went somewhere and we learned it, and now we do it. So it's becoming so. There are a lot of things we were not given to doing. Forcing people during begging. Begging. It was. When you sit down, you see people doing those things, and you wonder, where did you get this from? This way, and when you say, people think, oh, you're big. No, you don't beg. If you have a need, you go to your brother and explain yourself and seek help. But now you see people begging, nilly-willy, doing all manner of things, and you're wondering, where are these things coming from? So, number one, go back to first principles and begin to correct those things. These are foundational issues. And once the foundation has been shaken, then things are going to go south. So we need to go back and start sorting some of those things. That's why we're seeing there's one popular, I don't want to give him free airtime. He's one of those 3 or 4 young Igbo men that are so much money now in Nigeria. You know them. There is, one of them was kneeling before a certain political figure recently. You don't see those things happening in the past. Why would you see those things? The kind of people I want us to go and emulate is people like Koskaris. You heard what he was saying the other day about life, explaining to us how we should work hard and all those things. Those are the things those are the kind of people we should be emulating. Those are the kind of people we should bring out.
Integrity.
Exactly, integrity. Do you understand? So these are things that we used to have, and we've started losing them. But we can go back to them. And what it requires is for a couple of people to stand up and say, this is how this thing should be, and begin to enforce it. Most of our political office holders right now from the Southeast are sellouts. It's difficult to count up to 4 or 5 that you can, both male and female. It has nothing to do with male. Even the female ones are even worse, doing all manner of things. So we need to go back to first. There was a time where you would not vote certain kinds of people. Those people won't even show up. They respect someone like Sam Mbakwe has in Old Imo State. They Sam. Or they respect the guy from Afibo, although he threw away Akano. Thank you very much. These are people, the man from your place who used to be Colonel, who used to be the Ohanese Secretary General. What's his name?
Rap Uweche.
Where are those? So if those are the kind of people I'm talking about. Do you understand? So we now have criminal-minded people who easily sell out. Look at what this guy was doing the other day. And how many you are doing, I don't know, who was he trying to please? He sponsored Hajj from Akano Airport. And the first international flight that flew was people who were sponsoring to Hajj. What bearing is that to? I mean, without sentiment to any ethnicity or whatever, what benefit is that to your local? Let's be honest with ourselves. Why are we pretending? When people start doing stuff like that, this is 419 behavior.
Yeah.
Otokoto people. So, and those people are the people who are currently running politics in Alibo. People who belong to Otokoto. That's the truth of the matter. Anybody who knows what I'm saying. That caliber of people, they're the ones running affairs now in the Southeast. And so you can't have those kinds of people and expect that things in the Southeast will be properly. Those people, the guys I didn't want to mention earlier, are their boys in business. They're the ones now helping them run them. Forget what you're saying, you'll see. All of these people are all tied together. So I think the moment we're able to start telling people the truth, Amari Kweche came to Imo State as governor, and he was doing something that the former Eze Njemanze didn't like. Many of us have had this saying. And the man appeared to him and told him, Ikweche, Nakwecheki, Babangida, Nakwabako. And they knew what he was saying. You understand what I'm saying? So these are things that we need to begin to go back to. So like I said, go back to first principles. Anytime we start, you can't break yourself against a principle. You are the one losing. Principles remain principles of the way life should be. So we can sit down here now and postulate as much as we want. But if we don't go back to those first principles, we'll still getting the same kinds of results that we're getting.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Tony, welcome. Hard Not. I will come to you, Mr. Tony. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree 100%. In fact, 110 over 100 with what Jim has said. We have to go back to the basics. There's something that the Germans call, I think, the Zeitgeist. I don't speak German. I don't know if I pronounce it well, but it's the spirit of the age. The Igbo man is known for certain characteristics. There are certain things that distinguish him, that makes him an Igbo man different from others. First of all, there's the spirit, the communal spirit. Onyaya na nwanne ya. Egbe beli ugo beli. Nke si na ibe ebe na nkuwe akwa. The Igbo man has, if he's and I see this with the Igbo man and with the Jew. I mean, the Igbo man starts, small here, starts a business small. He goes out, he brings his brother to join him. He opens another shop, a third one opens, a fourth one opens. Now, in some ethnicities, there'll be competition, there'll be fighting, but no. If he doesn't have, you say, wait, I get them for warehouse. He goes to the other person and brings it and sells it for his brother, takes his own commission. And so that spirit has always been there, spirit of communal, relationship, of affection, of building together. And when things are going wrong, they come together and they deal with it. And the truth is what they say, that if you are wrong, they tell you are wrong. There's nothing to it. You are ostracized or you are punished, you are sanctioned, because those were the things that made society, Igbo society what it was. That's why, like Jim said, you can't go and bow down. A typical Igbo would not go and, not that we don't respect people, but we don't have the culture of going to bow down before, even in my town today, in the traditional rulership, the king is just primus inter pares, first among equals. If he goes down, they'll tell him you are wrong. Tell him you're wrong. Because that's the system in which, we're built. Everybody is they're Republican in nature. And so you sit down, you talk, and then they decide. Kaiba is, let us, when you finish, they say, okay, step aside. And then they'll decide. We didn't have a situation where, one person would just speak and say, this is what it is, and no, you don't. Even when you feed the person, will tell you, even though you feed me, he'll tell you the truth. So those things are fast dying down. I remember many years ago, I was in the day of the years of fuel crisis, not recently, in those days where we had fuel, fuel was difficult to get. I was driving to my wife's place in the east, and we got to a place where, in a small fuel station, where they were dispensing fuel. And we all queued. It was a long line because we had journeyed and journeyed. We didn't see anywhere there was fuel. And so my tank was running down. And so I went and joined the queue. And then we were in the queue. And then one lousy guy, because he was driving a big car, Porsche car, he just came straight down and then drove straight to the pump, where, just in front, before every other person. And there have been people staying, along the line. And so as he positioned his car, and he thought he could bamboozle everybody and so on and so forth. And one old man came out and said, no, you have to go and join the queue. And then he started insulting the old man. If you see what they did to him with his car and with the way he was dressed and the chain and so on and so forth, people say you can't do that. And you can't talk that old man because he was correcting you. So and even when the guy dispensing the fuel wanted to, give him, fuel before every other person, they told him you won't sell here, and they stopped him from selling. I'm just simple example. I'm just trying to say that there were values that we cherished that made society tick. There were values where there are certain things you would not do. It is a shame to the family. It's a shame to the name of the family. Your name was it was what you held high. They could mention this family and they say, yes, that's a family, not your money. It was your conduct, your family name, good name, was better than gold in those days. So we're gradually missed. I don't know whether it's the war or influences that we have gotten from outside, or because everybody is now working, parents are not available, mother is working, father is working, trying to take care of things, or the influx, cultural borrowings, and, society is diverse now, things have happened and so on and so forth. So we begin to see some of all these things. It's you can't steal. If you have a family where they steal, is the problem for that family.
Yeah.
That family is in real trouble.
It's true.
You couldn't. No, they won't marry from that family. They wouldn't. In fact, they ostracize you. Yeah. We used to have Adolfia and all that. You did something very wrong. When the person dies, they go and bury the person in bad bush. They won't bury him in a regular place.
Yes.
So these were some of the things that kept society together. But well, I don't know how we missed it. It's not that it's peculiar only to the Igbo man, but I was speaking about the Igbo culture and Igbo people. But these were the things that made them unique. If he says, Professor Lumumba said something. He's a very popular historian and, goes around African countries. And he was talking about, he was talking about the Igbo man. So if you go anywhere in the world and you don't see the Igbo man, move away from that place. It's not a place to live.
I heard it.
Yes, and he meant that to say, listen, he was speaking to the, ingenuity, the industrial nature of the Igbo man. He's industrious. He's there. He will start small, and he'll be patient, and then grow. And you watch him grow from little beginnings, and then he grows up, and then in doing that, he gets someone else that is going to mentor. And so that you have a chain, a duplication of that wealth distribution, not keeping to himself, as we now see today. If once he starts growing, then he must affect some other person, get someone to learn and train, set him up, and then that person transfers the same thing, and on and on and on and on, and eventually you just have a clan of people who are commercially doing well and doing great. Okay. All that, has changed. And then we need to go to those basics because those are the things that make society tick. All right. We need to begin to tell our children that story and begin to let them know that good name is better than gold. That's our culture. That's our value. And that's who we are. Let me stop there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Yes. Alamefla. Please go ahead. And just in case you don't remember the question, I can put it up for you if you want.
No, I remember. Ezinụlọ, chetara those days, ezinụlọ, nwanne gị nwaanyị atụrụ ime na your family. Ịghọtago that family Every other girl in another family is not going to get married. Those things are things that we are taboo in Ali, but before it's something unheard of. But right now, it's the normal thing. You know, it has become normal. You know, it has become part of anybody does anything. The issue of community, I think in some community is still working. In my community is still working. For example, even in another country, when there is a contribution for security and other things, you have to pay your own. It doesn't matter where you are. When it's time, when they tell you that is the next 3 months, if you don't pay, they go to your family. Anything they see there that is worth that amount of money, they take it from the family.
It's still going on in my community.
Exactly. So up to today, it's still existing in my family, in my community, right? And the town union of a thing is Ndigbo. This is one of the things. A lot of people in Nigeria is afraid of Igbo man, because wherever we are, this our town union meetings, this Igbo meeting everywhere around the world, where we come together every month ending to talk together, to eat together, to organize together. Is something a lot of community, they try to emulate, but they don't last. But everywhere you find an Igbo man, we try to have a community, where we meet each other at the end of every month, So I think part of the problem we are suffering is the so-called, like everybody has spoken, the borrowed cultures and change of lifestyle. People are copycatting something. Before, mentorship is part of the thing. But this time, no young man want to be mentored. They want to be Obi Cubana, even while they are still in class 1. They want to be Obi Cubana. They want to be Imwani. They want to be, and because of that, you see a lot of crime that is coming into our communities and hamlets and villages, because nobody wants to be mentored, But some of us who pass through that mentorship, there is a kind of discipline you display wherever you find yourself, because those days when young men and women listen to their parents, they tell them what is right and what is not good. And most of the things we do is what our parents tell us to do, I think I told my story here the day we were talking about the new Pope. I said I was asked to go to seminary school when I didn't want to go to seminary school. When I passed my common entrance of normal secondary school, they say I cannot go. Then I passed Federal Government College of Palanim for scholarship. They say no, I'm not going to go. Until when I passed my seminary school, they say, everybody is rejoicing. Now you can go to school because they want me to become a reverend father, right? And by the time I get to class 1 in Umowa Seminary School, after the 3rd term, because seminary school Umowa and Umowa Technical Secondary School is opposite, and the technical school is between boys and girls, and some of the boys in the seminary school they sneak out in the night to go and feel good. You understand? So, and at the end of the day, man, I said this is not my calling, right? And but the only thing I didn't miss was the discipline, respect, humility, service, patience. Those are the qualities that I've carried in my life up to today, right? But at the end of class 3, the last term, I decided to move to Lagos. Nobody knew. Only my senior brother knew that I was going to Lagos. So I left. I didn't even go home after the end of 3rd term, because normally you have to go back home, go to the reverend father of your parish, which you have to report every Sunday or every morning mass. You have to be there to serve mass. And when the school is over, you go there, you make a report, then you take the report back to school. From there I went to Lagos, and when I went to school, I went to CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos. So that's how. But there are so many things that we never lost touch of that. But right now, look at the children we have in this developed world. In a situation whereby now you can discipline your son or your daughter. If you do it, the government, like, I don't know if it's the same thing in US, because the Dutch law is that you don't have right to tell to discipline your child, to flog your child, because if he goes to school to make that report, you're in trouble. You're really in a big soup, right? So it's just the grace of God. Some of us who is the grace of God who God is helping us, all of us who are parents over in this part of the world, to be able to, try to, cultivate that discipline in our children, So it's not easy. It's this journey of life, We move from one place to another. Igbos are known for traveling, and this part of traveling, it changes a lot of things. So it brings a lot of things, and children are born somewhere. You move from Lagos, they move you to Calabar, you move the whole children, you move to Calabar. From Calabar, you move to Asaba. From Asaba, you move to Gongola, you move Port Harcourt. These children are being moved everywhere, and they are being cultivated with so many cultures and traditions and everything. And by the time they try to settle down at a particular place, they begin confused who really they are. They begin to, they act like this, they act the other way, they act this. Now, when they go to the village, another woman who is going to the market will be looking at these are, it's because we have gone so many places, with so many different cultures and, exposures of life. So, but I think that
all right.
One of the things we in Igbo land will continue to fight for is the level of our youth getting involved in a lot of big crime. The crime in Igbo land right now is not really the crime of, it's the crime of I want to be a billionaire tomorrow. I want to make it now. I think is one of our biggest problem in Igbo land.
Thank you so much.
KJ, please just give me a few seconds. I got into trouble here with somebody. Here. I was speaking to an elderly person. Who doesn't understand my culture, and I was talking to him because he's an elder. I was looking down while I was speaking to him, and he got offended. He said I should look him in the face.
Yeah.
That I'm insulting him by talking down. So I said to him, I'm sorry. That in my culture, you don't talk to an elder looking him in the face. You look down. So that I was actually respecting you. So we have a cultural difference here. I can't call you by your name. Sometimes they get embarrassed when I say sir. They say, why are you calling me sir? So I can't call a senior, someone who is my senior. I call him by his first name. That's against my culture. That's disrespect. So some of these things are things that are influencing all these values that are not part of our culture, and our children are internalizing these things, and it's helping to, they're confused because which one are you going to follow? These are some of the erosions that we have in our culture that is causing the problem that we're discussing now. So sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And that's why I've made it a habit to constantly tell my son, we are not Americans, we're Igbos. And Igbos have culture. And that culture you must maintain. When you leave my house, you can decide to do whatever you want to do. As long as you are here, our culture and our tradition must be maintained. And that is because at the end of the day, being Igbo, if you go back to your land, just like Mr. Ike has said, if you go back to your community, you don't want people to begin to ask, Onye Murongwa self. Anyway, stay humble. Yeah, follow the discussion so far.
Yeah. So I think I will like to focus on the solutions. Really, I'll just touch on some of the issues pre-war. Pre-war we had standards. I remember my aunt told me that when they were in primary school, so that people that came back from Western Nigeria, Midwest, were made to step down by 2 classes. At least a class or 2, because the standards were clearly below what was then in the East, and even today, even after several years after the war, when you look at an average Igbo graduate and then compare them with an average graduate from the other sides, I won't mention them, names specifically, you see a clear difference. Yeah, I worked in Lagos, and we had to look for translators to translate for Yoruba speakers. And then you want to look at the highest level of education. So they see that this person has completed secondary school, really, and they wouldn't be able to, to engage in any conversation, communicate clearly in English language, So it was that bad. That was what we had going for us before the war, and also we had people that we are ready to be the lone voice, to say, look, even if everyone is saying that this is black, whereas it's white, yeah, I will say it is white, whatever it will result in. So we had such people who will not be in a room where they're conspiring against some people or someone, and they will all keep quiet. You will have at least one person that will say, look, I'm not going to be part of this. So that was the Igbo man also for you. And now, the war came with its own repercussions, all right? All the adversities, that we faced after the war, the 20 pounds, the Igbo man had to look for a way to survive. And, so many of those things were eroded. And, we had to borrow and buy other people's cultures and ways of life, etc., etc. Even when I was in primary school, I could remember that at a time, speaking Igbo was a taboo in class. If you spoke Igbo, you were meant to pay fine. And you had some terminologies like they're saying that someone is Igbotic, all those things are inferiority complex. We were battered psychologically, and politically, economically, so we had to find a way to survive. And that meant that we dropped some of our values and we borrowed some other values that were not really going to make our society grow. So up till I remember when I was even in first year in the university, that I had to argue with a lot of people. I didn't start being this radical today. I have been like this since primary school, defending some of our core values and what we stand for. So I had to argue, debate several times with some Igbo people in the same class that came back from the north saying, oh, that the so and so person, I won't mention names, are so good, so nice, that Igbo people are so wicked, so ruthless, this and that, so corrupt. And then you'll be wondering, yeah, I know those states go on there. What's in those states? What do they use their budgets to do? You have so much poverty, so much illiteracy and the rest of that. And you're telling me that these people are all nice, but that was indoctrination, so they use the media and everything to, reshape people's thinking, so up till I think that started changing around 2010. Yeah, 2010, 2011, when Jonathan came to power, and, he had this, economic policy that meant that we partnered with countries like China. So China contributed immensely to opening up the Nigerian space to the internet. And that people started knowing what was hidden in the past, and people's minds started opening, and the rest of them. So what is the solution really? One good thing is that the new generations we're having, they are very much teachable. What has convinced me about that is if you look at, even the present political landscape and climate, since the emergence of Peter being the national scene, you will see how people have bought his ideas, even people that are not Igbos. And you see that this generation, that they are much teachable. I've listened to a lot of conversations online, in the Twitter space, and you see people's mindset. People are developing new ways of thinking and say, oh, look, even if we don't win, we don't want to compromise. You see, so so political figures like P2B and the rest of them, they're helping to reshape how people think, see politics, and the rest of them. And then, so we have a role to play as well. We too, and we just need to continue, to be consistent in reinforcing, those values, standing for the truth and saying this is the fact, and emphasizing and re-emphasizing those things. So many people are listening to us. Thousands of people are viewing these things, and then they want to hear from us what exactly is the truth, those values. How do they need to approach things and the rest of them? So I think, it's just being consistent, going back to those values and continue to reinforce them. And thank you.
Thank you so much. I stay humble. Thank you. And yes, we need to go back and reinforce the values that we hold there. I know that in my community, it was, there are certain things, there are certain lines you can't cross, whether you are living in the community or not. I know that. And even till now, those lines are still there because they want to maintain a certain, certain way, a certain moral code that will not be, we cannot traverse. Anyway, hard not. So far, you have followed the discussion. I don't know which way you want to intervene, but you've seen the topic from the ashes of Biafra to the rebuilding the dot circle, the dot in the circle. Yes.
The stubborn dot.
Yeah, the stubborn dot in the circle that won't go away. So we are actually focusing more on rebuilding the dot nation. How do we now, coerce? Is it coerce? No. The right word would be coalesce to bring about harmony and development for the Ndigbo.
Okay, so so I like to thank you for giving me the floor. So I like to approach the profile the solution by first of all making sure we identify the truths of the problems. So if we identify the problems, everybody agrees this is what your problem is, then we can start thinking of solutions. So the truth is that we are a traumatized people, right? All the things that I actually saw some set of photos today I'd never seen before, that from the Civil War, because of the whole anniversary, someone posted it in one of my forums, and they were all like gory sight. So the thing is that we are traumatized. So let me say, so if a people underwent genocide, starvation, all the things they did, how do they how do you repair those people? So I feel like in our case that there was an obligation to the Nigerian state because we were reabsorbed into that state, and then there was also an obligation to ourselves. There was things we should do for ourselves, and things that the Nigerian state should have done for us to help us. Now, for ourselves, we've done extraordinarily well. In fact, we are like a miracle. Our story is miraculous. From the Nigerian state, I don't know to what extent, I will say that. So when I look at our problem, that's how I want to look at it. So all the things we've atomized. So because I don't think that enough was done, or maybe on the Nigerian side, then we did not get enough healing that we needed. Because the healing was supposed to be economic, political, social, cultural, psychological, something that should be wholesome, so that, because you have, see the way I think about it, you have young boys who went to fight in the war and then they came back and then they're in class with other people, and then they go into the workforce, they're people are so traumatized. You tell them just forget about it now. Okay, so now having this problem as Ndigbo, we understand it right now. So the absence of help from Nigerian government, how has it kind of impacted us? Or let me say the effort we've put in to help ourselves, how has it helped us positively, and then maybe some negative impact, right? So the truth is that most of us, because of the Civil War, whatever drive or strive we had before the Civil War, multiplied by, I don't know how to what extent, but exponentially. So if an Igbo man had a drive of, let me say 10, it became like 1,000. So Nigeria is still in the same space with those same Igbos now, who now have a drive that is multiplied by 1,000 because of the things we saw in the war, and that thing has led us venture out into places where nobody will dare go. And we've done good things and bad things to survive. And we've imported all those things back to our space. So we've imported money, remittance. We probably have one of the highest foreign remittance, right? But we've also imported some cultures because to thrive in some of these spaces. So if you go to places like Asia, maybe South Africa, you know, many of our people, we do legit business, but some of us have done some things that, you know, are not really nice, you know, push drugs and all these things. And then we come back into our society and we influence the younger ones. So all of these things are born out of this desperation to make it. And all of a sudden now it has been incorporated into our ethos as a people. So now if you're young, the idea of going to maybe Malaysia and pushing drug and making big money is not like a taboo. You know, before it was supposed to be a taboo. Now it's like, well, if you're able to pull it off, great. So as I speak to you now, I have a classmate who is somewhere in Australia. He carried Met, and he's doing. I think he's serving life. I don't know if he's still alive. You know. So that is so our problem. So now to help our people down, right? We have to help the Southeast as it is. There are some things that we can do for ourselves, but there are also some things that are left to the state, which, you know, I don't know how much, and I don't know how much I trust the Nigerian state and what they're really doing for us. So we are supposed to bring back investment. We're supposed to bring back investment. Some of us are bringing back the investments, but some of us can't bring it back because of some of these, you know, issues, security and all those other things. Right?
All right.
And then
okay, you have more to say? If not, we'll just move along.
No, but I had a question for the house. If you guys don't mind. So my question was actually, I wanted to know if do you guys believe that will Nigerians accept a working Nigeria where people are employed by merit, and if Igbos dominate that space, will all of Nigerians accept it? Because what I'm saying is, if we can come abroad and we like abroad, even though it's not run by mostly, you know, Nigerians or black people. So why is it an issue with us in Nigeria? So if Igbos dominate that space and this country start working, will be accepted? Yeah.
Okay. I have, you know, the answers. First and foremost, just to go straight to it, no, they will not accept that. But I'll leave Ovie, who are just coming, answering and contributing. He will eventually answer that, and they will go from there. Go ahead, Ovie.
The question again, that the Igbos will be allowed to do what?
Nigerians accept for what do they call it now? What's it called now?
Meritocracy.
Meritocracy. Do they accept meritocracy in the running of Nigerian affairs?
Not like what is the meaning of meritocracy?
Meritocracy means you're being able your
talent. How can you say you don't know it? You didn't pull the man leg.
You didn't pull our leg.
No, I just want to know what does it mean in Hausa or Igbo or Yoruba?
It means that only menka. If you're a designer, you know, there are people in Igbo land who are designers. If you want decoration, they will tell you go to that family. If you want somebody to carve hole for you, say go to that family. If you want somebody to make collage for you, say go to that family. If you want somebody to beat better drum, say that family. If you get the occasion, go there. They know how to beat drum. That's what meritocracy is all about. It has always been practiced in our society, but what he's asking is, will it be allowed to be practiced in the Nigerian space?
You know, yesterday I dealt with one professor of history. The guy served as an officer for U.S. military for 24 years. So he did his PhD, teach for military war college for 7 years. Now he just get job for UT here in Houston to teach. So so I was happy, you know, when I meet somebody like that. So I just inquired some questions, both useless and dumb ones, and something like that came up. He asked me that same question, but in a different way. He asked me if I can name the maybe 3 richest people in the world. You know, of course, right? They are right there in our face. Then again, he asked me, name 2 people that won Nobel Prize. maybe the last decade. So it become wahala. So I begin to look, they look me. He says, see, that's the problem. So that's the same question you are asking. You understand? So now, when you say meritocracy, what's that? What is the criteria? Right? Who they successful in today's world is what? Maybe person will get because it's very meritorious. I mean, you might want to disagree how person they make them, but in as far money is standard of measurement, right? Who fat now because they chop money? So everything is measured, even gold itself, and they measure with dollar. So even after that is it, that will always determine the standard in the meritocracy. Because at the end of the day, guy tell me say we are living in a capitalist society. So who produce pass? Now go add pass. Who add pass? Now sabi and pass. So in other words, if you want to bring out to power circle, whoever is in the power, who hold the power, set the standard, set the merits. That's why in our constitution, now when you just show say you finish secondary school, nobody say you just show say you finish. Now people put that as a standard because they own power at that time.
Great.
So no, to narrow it to the Igbo, the Biafran struggle, I think somebody said it within 50 years they don't struggle power. They have they are not the group of people that you will look just away again. They don't come up to the competition. They don't level up the competition standard. So they are also going for that number one position. With that, whether you like it or not, PDP no wants. They give ticket to another person, but guess what? That if you want to measure that part, dollar sign, which is what we are doing, which I said last week, millionaires and billionaires are emerging already, and what the Nigerian state, the bitter part of the Nigerian experience is all is that they cannot control that money. When I use Obi as an example, yes, they know how to make the money, but they don't know where the money is. so you know that when you cannot determine how you go spend that money, you say you want presidency with that money. It doesn't get by local dreamer. Now, where the Nigerian state will allow them to merit to is about we are in 2025. That monopoly has been democratized by what? The emerging cyber economy is already here. So the next story we are going to be hearing is that millionaires and billionaires who made their money via the cyber economy, right? Crypto now be the common one, but by the time AI finally take over everything, people will be making billions. And whether we like it or not, that part of the country have an edge in this one. Well, we go say the whole South generally have an edge in terms of the cyber world, the cyber economy. So we are going to be having 1 or 2 billionaires that will come and say, come on. Hey, we are not the money day. Since the game of power and money, right? It's not about meritocracy as you want it to be. It doesn't matter how. That's why when people they talk, say, Obi is good, Obi is bad, Obi is right? It doesn't matter. People who have interest in the society. If I have $1 billion investment in Nigeria, do you think I'm looking for somebody who is good or is bad? Can that man get the job done? Can he flip my $1 billion? Can he protect it? However he does it, I don't give a hoot. Right? Just so my interest is protected. That's how the game is run. So it's not about if not, what is I hereditary there for some places? So we should understand how although the fact that we see one go heaven, so it would be very hard for us to stomach the reality of how things work because we believe that some things are divine. Now God they give power. Allah now they give power. No lie. Money now they give power. Because the Muslim community no go say na Muslim. The Christian no go accept them, but he's in power. So in reality, we are in an age whereby you can't control how much somebody makes or how he or she makes his money. Because that's what is happening in Nigerian space. Those who make billions were controlled because now the same true oil mechanism, all of them were controlled. They have some leverage, they have access to power. That's why they are billionaires today, not because one can't they don't produce anything, they don't discover anything, right? They just manipulate all of us, then they make money. None of them produce anything that can save us or save our life. So, so if that is the criteria, it's just a matter of time before you go. 1 billionaire day is his business is cyber. He's a billionaire, but he live in one remote village in Ilewe. He know what I speak English. But he's controlling billions of dollars empire that can easily be leveraged to get power.
Okay.
So the North are having the upper hand because they have billionaires, and that's what Bola Tinubu is trying to level up. I said it when he take power. I say more billionaires will be created in order to southern people, come down to Yoruba people, and more poor people also be created. So you can already tell there are 1 or 2 billionaires already who just emerged in the last 2 years.
Okay.
So
let's move on. Thank you, Ovie. Let's move on because there are other topics we also need to deal with before we round up. Now, the other question that will be coming will be this. How do we prepare for the next Biafra Day come 2026? And should we build our own memorial centers in our communities to memorialize those who died in the Civil War? In other words, in every community, every locality in the Ndigbo lost people. In your own community, what should be the memorial that we should put up? Can we have like a cenotaph where the names of every individual who took part and who either living or are no longer living will be immortalized? Can we build a hall? Is this something? Because we cannot just continuously to celebrate every year. We need to immortalize those names. For instance, there was a young man who burnt himself in the front of the UN building. When Ojukwu passed, I heard that Ojukwu instructed his wife to build a memorial, a house to that young man, Bruce. What's his second name now? She actually built the memorial to that guy in their place there. These are things that I think the Eastern governors can be able to do without having necessary to wait for the federal government. These are things that Igbo people, instead of spraying money in parties, can actually do to immortalize their brothers and sisters who are not. But I'll leave it to the panel. Let you guys tell us way forward. Yes, Bro Tony.
Yeah, that's a solid point. But before I go to that, I'll answer that. Just indulge me. To the previous discussion that we're talking about, what do we do going forward? How do we? So I think that first of all, we must the question of who we are as a people, must be the central focus. We have an identity. We have values, we have culture. So in spite of the erosion, in spite of the threat, in spite of all the things that is being thrown at us that is eroding our culture, we must answer that question, who we are. We are a people who have a culture, we have a people who have ethos, and then we must begin now to look for new mentors, new mentors who will be rooted in Igbo cosmology, Igbo values. And all these things about fake drugs, ritual killings, worship of money, mediocrity instead of merit, like some of this ingenuity in Aba where people will make products, nice products that can compete internationally. Instead of putting Aba made, you put made in Italy. That mentality has to go. We must be proud of who we are as a people, and then so that we can stand tall. I'm proud of who we are as a people. But to answer your question that you just asked now, in my place, for instance, there's a memorial. I did say that there, the killings, were scattered all over the place, but they were, centers where people were, mowed down and buried, in mass graves, and so we have a place like that where you have a cenotaph, and then you have the names of those who were killed there, in some places you don't really know people were buried, you don't really know where they are buried, but at least through documentation and stuff like that, we've been able to find out, you have areas, you have places where you have a senator, for instance, in Asaba, where the major killing was done, mass killing was done. You could go there and you see those who were killed. They set up a memorial, for them there. So it becomes something history that you have passed to generations after generation. So I think that where possible, we could have such things. Like if you go to Umahia, you see the bunker. You see some of the things that in the museum, war museum, you see some of the things that were used during the war. They tell a story. But apart from what government is doing, we should also be able to document these things, not just by oral tradition, but by putting off where Uli Airport, and so on, some of those places, we should not build houses there and so on, but we can dedicate those things so that they remain, history that people can read, those we can read from the books we read, but nothing is as more straight to the fact and more apt when you go and say, this is the place. This is Uli Airport. This is Oga Airport. These are the places where these things happen. They outlive anything that you can document, you can put in a paper or something like that, because this is something you can see, and it becomes, there's a story behind it. So I think those are the things I should be looking at if you want to document our history for much in a more meaningful way, that people can relate to and understand.
Thank you. Tony, Ike.
Yeah, I think the same area line of what Tony said, as it is obtainable in so many places, they build something and write the names of the people that were lost, where they go there every year to make a remembrance. Most of us who live in this part of the world, you have a lot of memorials where people go to remember the fallen heroes and stuff like that, right? Communities can do that. Like somebody said, we have the resources. God has blessed Igbo land with a lot of resources of young men and women. Like somebody said, throwing away money everywhere. But sometimes when you say, people say, you didn't make the money for them, they can use their money the way they like it. But these are the things that I think that that is good for us to, it's part of, it's part of the history, it's part of our story, it's part of who we are, it's part of trying to heal and to remember that from where you started and from where you are right now. So it will be a good thing. But I think that one of the vices that we are suffering in Igbo land is the political elite who claim to represent the Igbos that are not the real people who are supposed to represent Igbos in any way. People who go to Abuja with the Babariga and begin to speak on behalf of the Igbos that we are not sent, as the Bible used to say, you prophesy when I have not asked you to prophesy. This is one of the problems we have in Igbo land. And I think that by the time that every Igbo man and every family will begin to recognize and realize that most of these so-called political elite are instruments that are being used against the Igbos. They are not speaking for us. They are not working for us. And there is nothing to show that they are working for us in the first place. Because if you go around all the so people who are claiming to be speaking, who are promising the Emiloko, heaven and earth in the southeast, they are not speak. They can't even in their family. So Umahi did not win in his ward. Peter Obi won in his family. So it's these people are just playing politics, and some people are falling for it. So I think that we started with the idea of where are the people of like the Sambakwe, where are the people of Senator Jaja Nwachukwu, where are the people like people of this kind of calibers of men. But by the special grace of God, we have Peter Obi, we have Lex Oti. There are some other the House of Representative guy who is representing Nandekalis in the House of Rep. What Mr. Agocha, is it Agocha? Is that the name of the young man? Is it Agocha? KJ, you know his name that
yes, Agocha, yeah.
Agocha.
He's a credible young man. We have few of them that that will people can look up to them. When we talk about mentorship, Igbos are known for mentorship. Like as we discussed the other time, I have a business. I go to the village. I took my brother, and after 5 years or 6 years, you settle him. You took another person. It's like that. You see that at the end of the day, money circulates in the whole family. He goes to the village, you go to the kindred, you go to the town. That's how we are built. That's how we are trained. That's the spirit of an Igbo man. So I think that one of our hindrances is the issue of these people who are claiming to be speaking on our behalf, which are not speaking for nobody. They are one of the stumbling block for the Igbo land, right? Because all these people who are making noise everywhere, what all these people who are in the government presently and those who were in the past, what are their contributions? What did they bring in Igbo land? It's nothing. It just carry Babariga, it's Umahi. Igbo culture tradition doesn't fit him anymore. It's Babariga that he wears. I would say Babariga, that is what he's wearing every time you see him. He's doing his hand like this. Where he went to touch Bianca at his back. It's all this. It's all this, it's all this fake life, fake nationality, all these fake things is our problem, So I think that we are making progress in so many areas of life. We are making progress, and I have to tell you my personal story. Traveling is part of my hobby in life. There is no place I travel around this world I don't go looking for where we have Nigerians. That's one of the things I do anywhere I go. I look for where they have Nigerians. And after then, I look for where do you have Igbo people. That's what I do in any country I go. Because it has become part of me. And whenever I see them, I feel like I'm at home. Right? When I see Nigerians and I see Igbos, I feel like I'm in Nigeria, that in this country, I'm safe, that I have people that I can run to. You go to the restaurant, spend time with them, eat with them, hear their story. There are so many of them that you see outside that can never go back to Nigeria anymore because they don't have money. And some of them, their parents are thinking, my son is in overseas, but some of them are sleeping in the train stations. They don't have a home. And there is no way going back to Nigeria because the Nigeria of our time has so grown to the point that nobody can believe your story. That you cannot say you're coming from Europe or you're coming to America, you're going home empty-handed, going to tell people in Nigeria your story to help you. It is too difficult to listen. So whenever I travel, I try to find where you have all these Nigerians that are struggling in the city where they live. And I love to hear their story. Because you see, most parents back home there now, most of them are thinking, my son is in Greece. The day I went to Cyprus, and I was looking for where I can see Nigerians. Eventually, the hotel where we lodged with my family, the people that are working there, I saw about 8 Nigerians. 7 of them are from Edo State. The guys that are cleaning the hotel rooms, So, and it made me, I felt like I'm in Nigeria. And when they discovered that I'm a Nigerian with my family, we had a good time together. And I had time to ask them questions. And they took me to where other part of Nigerian boys and, where they do, some of them doing bad things, right? And some of them that are doing good things, right? So it is what it is. All right. This country called Nigeria is a beautiful country, but it's just few people. It's just few people who have decided to divide us, create this enmity and distraction and division that we see ourselves. Whenever we get to Nigeria, we see ourselves that we cannot be together. But it's a beautiful country. You know, God have given us the spirit to love one another. And I think it's part of the healing we have to do. Love is the greatest weapon that we have. Genuine love, not love of money, not love of throwing money everywhere. You know, it doesn't make sense for me. So I think that that memorial would be very, very good in so many communities. If the Igbos themselves will have to, the communities has to agree with that. But like Tony said, everybody said here, we need to go back speaking in one voice. Because all these different voices that are speaking on our behalf, really most of 75% of them are not speaking for us, right? So I think it will be a good thing in 2026 if something like that can happen in communities, you know, where the names of those people can be remembered. You know, people will go there, sit down together, you know, and those who had who were alive during the time can tell their story to their children, to the younger ones, and for them to know that, you know, where you find your mother today or your family today, if you think your father is not rich, by the time you listen to that story, he will be able to tell you probably why your father is in the level of his financial status, why things is like that with people. So I think it will be a good thing to tell the story. And I think we have never stopped telling the story. So all I'm saying that let us keep telling the story, but also telling the story in a positive way, that we ourselves that are telling the story will be living that life to be able to motivate and encourage the younger one that we can overcome. Because if we are still, you know, living in the pains of the past, I don't think any of us will be where we are today. You know, so I think God has given us the grace to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. Yes, I'm coming to Hard. Welcome, Mr. Polo for real. Hard not.
Thank you.
You've seen the new question, so I don't know if you can walk us through that while you add a little bit from what you have heard so far. But you know, the next question will be: how can the people of the Southeast work towards healing and reconciliation? In this wise, we are looking at the fact that, as it is now, not a lot of closure has been, you know, brought. So somebody has two devices open on. I can hear my voice. If you have two devices, please shut up. All right. Now we have discussed. We have seen the effect of the Civil War on our children, on ourselves, and all that. How now do we bring closure? Somebody has two devices on, please. Okay. How now do we bring a closure and reconciliation permanently, and then to foster a way forward in the Southeast? What would be your opinion, and what would be your suggestion, especially to those who are in charge now in the Southeast? No, Polo, please don't unmute yourself, because I'm having a feedback effect.
So am I on the floor?
Yes, you're on the floor.
How about now? Has it improved?
Okay, so okay, well, you know, I was
yes, you're good. You're good.
Am I audible? I thought you were talking to me, right?
It's not yet your time. Yes. Hold on, I'm coming.
All right. Well, yes.
I can hear you, Polo. I'll call you. Don't worry. I can hear you.
Okay, fine.
Yes, go ahead, Hadnot.
Okay, I was actually, I was coming to that the first time I was responding, in terms of how we can heal, because that's what I was trying to say. We have to first of all look at what our problems are if we want to really heal, if we want to heal in the real sense, But before that, I'll just say, I think we should have like a registry for all those that died. I don't know if anything like that exists, but I'll be very glad to be part of any effort to have a coordinated registry, any coordinated effort to get a registry of all Biafrans that were killed in the program and then during the Civil War. I've heard somewhere that some of the soldiers who laid down their life, they made statements like they weren't really worried whether about dying, but whether they will be remembered.
I don't know. I'm not sure of the word best form way to go about it, but I know that if it's coordinated, then all communities can, feed into the process, and then can we use a questionnaire format, and be able to get names, and those people can remember, because some families were wiped away, especially like those who were in the north, like those who were in the north and all those. But there are people who will have, because once this generation dies off, we've lost that. So we can get that. This is very important data, that we need to have. Then the one of having, cenotaph memorials. I don't know if it's good to have one, but I don't think all communities need to have one. I think, but in the East, we need to have in certain places, but it will be something that we have to decide on, but we need a central registry. The Jews can remember every single person that died in the Holocaust, and this happened in 1939, 45, how many years before the Biafra War. So with all our intellectuals, all our scientists, all our everything, all our historians, all our researchers, it's something that we can do and we should do if we are committed to it. All right. The one of healing, I was coming to it, but I was cut short. So see what I would just say, because I asked a question and that question was not really answered, to my satisfaction. So the question I asked was, I asked the panel was, will Nigeria, will Nigeria embrace Igbos dominating a space based on meritocracy? We let's say they use merit and Igbos now start dominating most of the spaces, and it starts working. Will Nigerians be happy that Nigeria is working, but regardless that is Igbos that are running it? Because all this why they've pushed us out, it's not working.
The right? Answer to that is already there. The answer is no. You and I know. Yes, you and I know.
No. I wanted people to agree that said no, so that if it's no, that is part of the healing we also have to be talking about, right? You can't be saying
we agree with you.
You can't be healing without the truth, right? You can't. If you're telling an Igbo person, I want you to heal, then you also have to tell him in the context of a country that will not accept you on merit, so that his approach to healing will be authentic and it will not be something that is just mere rhetorics. It will be something that he say, okay, I know what the problem is. I'm in this state. I can't get my own state because I don't have all the tools. We can't get our own state. We have to live in this space. So how do we heal ourselves? That is we must always say, you must add it, you must add that phrase. If not, you're being dishonest and being hypocritical. That's what I would say. So anybody who wants to add healing now must add it, must address it from the point of, we are in this state where regardless of what we do, everybody wants everybody to be mediocre. If you're doing very well and excelling now, they're going to say you're trying to dominate. So in that context, how can we heal? It to be the authentic conversation. That's what I want to say. So anybody who's talking about healing, you must address that. If not, then you're being hypocritical and being dishonest. So
I appreciate your input, and that is very key. But sometimes some of us don't understand that point, and that's what we have been, hammering on here. It's not saying the Igbos are not doing, Igbos are not this. How are you ready to accept the resilience they can do? They never say die. They always pushing to the next goal. They lifting the lead, charting a new frontier, okay, of the Igbo man. Are you able to handle that in a nation that you have decided to ostracize them in the first place? He made a very good point. Healing is when we all come together and accept that some form of injustice has been done, and we can all reconcile with ourselves. But how do we heal when one of the most dangerous generals who took part in the genocide went to Okutabane and said he will never apologize? And then how do we heal when I just played a video and I will be ready to play it again, for those who want to see and probably make comments. All right.
To resolve the crisis in the Southeast?
Well, Southeast, I was encouraged by what I heard. Nobody told me. two statements from the South. One by elderly people. No, South. Yes, by elderly people. They said this time around there will be no access to sea. I'm sure you will understand what they mean. Again, the youth made the same statement. That encouraged me. So that EPOB is just like a dot in a circle. If they want to exist, they would have no access to anywhere. And the way they are spread all over the country, having businesses, having property, I think EPOB doesn't know what they are talking about. In any case, we said we will talk to them in the language they understand. We will organize the police and the military to pursue them. That's what we can do. And we will do it.
Okay, that is much clearer than anybody can ever interpret. What he said is exactly what they are doing right now. They are pursuing, they've set the military against the Igbos, they've set the police against the Igbos, and the Igbo villages have become the place of bombardment. It's not where the terrorists are ransacking states, So in that context, how do you want there to be a genuine reconciliation and reabsorb the Igbos into the national, space? If you allow me to use that word. So the question is, if the person who is the leader of the nation sees a particular part of the country in this light, saying this IPOB, they know that they are building, those IPOB build houses around Nigeria. No, so he's referring to the Igbos. In other words, the IPOB he has replaced with Igbos. They have properties all around Nigeria. So the question now is, you see the deep, I'm sorry to use the word, but that's the right thing. The hatred the guy has always had for the Igbos, you're supposed to the fore. Because if I was a leader and we're looking for reconciliation and such a question comes to me, I don't think I will answer that way. I will simply say, look, it is now time to reconcile the nation. That will give more this thing. Look, the war has been fought and lost, and now it is for us to build together. But I don't know. That's my own opinion. And I think Ovie and CM and me can all have a different opinion. So let's hear from the information warfare.
Reconciliation. Isn't it funny that after the war, they say we should forge ahead? 50 years, we are still talking about reconciliation. And that is because the reality is right in our face. Now contestation of ideas, right? The South, the Christian religions or the Muslim religion. There's no way you can have this two ideology in one space without one trying to dominate the other. That's the rules of the game. That's the reality. So when you see the president speaks like that, that's because it's point blank, right? He's going to organize. So that what happened 50 years ago. You mobilize the military men and able men. So it's not something new anyway. It's within the human story. That's who we are as a human being, especially conscious human being. We always have that belief that I am better, I am superior. And once you have that mindset, it comes with the nation state. And for the fact that they try to force us for these two ideology to exist, and it's over 60 years, and it's still as if there's no even solution inside. It tells you that what is happening, the only way, as far as I'm concerned, that if we have to live in the same place under one federation, is to actually go full republic. You have to go all the way to the nativity of democracy. Give every state its autonomy. Then the competition began. Then you split every state. But once this idea of joining everybody together, it's very easy to to emerge as the way democracy put it, the majority will always emerge from way. However, they want to define what the majority is, which as far as I'm concerned, majority is defined, but not necessarily by the number, but the numbers of amount of people you are allowed to participate in that process. The numbers of amount of people you are allowed to participate in that process. That is how you have 7 states in some places. You have 5 states. That is how you are going to have primaries. Primary is a selection process. It's not by election. So that's the real rules of the game. But they'll just tell you, so democracy is the majority carry the vote. Yes, we define the majority. What constitutes the majority? So it's until we have a state autonomy that we can live under one federation, or maybe 2-state solution where they are telling it in Gaza and Israeli people, 2-state solution. Because that's the only way, because there's no way, because at the core of the Islamic religion is that the Islamics must govern anywhere they are. No other authority can. So when you have that,
I show that when some Nigerians don't know that is the core of the
and again, it's not a bad thing, right? Everybody has to have a plan to survive in this world. You have to have a plan as a single individual, as a group, as a community, as a family. You have to have the plan. If that plan is working for them, so be it. But the question is, what is your plan? You can't be crying that, oh, the game is not fair. It's never going to be fair. You just got to have a plan. It has never been fair. Even up to today, the socialists and the capitalists are still head to head. Go on the fire every moment. Policies are defying each other. So that is the reality of life. You know, forget everything first for a minute. That's the reality of life. The competition has to go on, and there's no rules. If you want every opportunity you get, use whatever you can. That's what the man is saying. So it can't say that now that it's not in power, but it's in power. I say it's going to mobilize soldiers. So that's the rules of the game. I'm sorry, but that's how it works. The America don't want Chinese to be a regional power. They don't want for them to be regional power, even though they are not in the same region. Hey, you cannot like it or not, but that is where we are. So the struggle continues. So either 2-state solution or republic, every state has its own autonomy, and we find a way to in the middle to give them few responsibility, military, foreign exchange, or whatever. But as far as we could day together like this, the competition will continue.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. CM, I'm sure you have seen the question, but I can repost it again so to refresh your wherever you want to intervene from and make your contribution from there. You have followed also the discussion. Some people have come to accuse us that it's an Igbo discussion, but well, some days we have to discuss what we have to discuss. So today we are discussing how can we make better the gains gained from this Biafran.
Let me see the question again. Bring it up, or keep it there anyway.
How do we make gain? How do we make gain of what we have achieved this year? Okay, and then use that to plan and get organized for next year. And should we wait till it is 1 month before we start planning again? How do we harmonize every group around the world who have put up something now and begin to marshal out an action that will help us develop and bring a form of development and reconciliation and remembrance of the memories of those who were lost in the East during the unfortunate war?
Well, the question says, thank you, Keja, anyway, and greetings to everybody. The question says, how can the people of the Southeast work towards healing and reconciliation? Well, I feel to heal themselves and to reconcile among themselves. That's what I expect. That's
the first one, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, a rejected people cannot reject themselves. So we start from there. You know, because it will be double jeopardy. When they reject you, you come and reject yourself again. So a rejected people, the fact that a rejected people cannot reject themselves, that will be the elixir you need to come and then help yourself. Well, from what I gather, we've been good to each other, relatively. We've been good to each other. Because this idea of what they call this saying that, let me start from rehabilitating oneself, not reconciliation. Let me say rehabilitate. The Southeast, the Igbo, to which I belong, we've been rehabilitating ourselves after the war. Rehabilitating ourselves in the way, in the manner that we brought about this idea that you train a competitor to come and compete with you. You open a business, you go and look for somebody from nowhere who is not related to you. You bring in the person, say, come, let me come and learn this business with me. Come and serve me. Let me serve, you know. The person takes care of your, the boss this time takes care of your upbringing. Sometimes you are in school. Teach you the skills needed for the business, maybe depending on the agreement reached, but not usually not less than 5 years. 5, 6, 7 years, some stay 8 years. You teach the chap the skill, everything. At the end of the 8 years, you know, based on the economic situation and the cost of the level of inflation, you help the person to say, look, now I want you to be free. If it's like a university, you've graduated. Go and set up your own. You give the person money. And the business the person is going to set up is the same business you are doing, you the boss. In most cases, it's still within the same market area. In other words, maybe something like less than 100 meters apart. It does not necessarily mean you go to another city. And the person start competing with you. And in most cases, because you are the boss, you will not be sending this chap. The way it works is you bring him maybe the first year, he stays in the shop, he sells for you. Second, third year, you say, look, this thing, we buy it from China or we buy it from, say, Kanu, and we are selling it in Onisha. Say we are buying beans from Gombe State. We bring it down to Onisha to sell or to Aba. Your own is that you know the cost. Everything is brought to you. Now I want you to go there and transact and buy the thing from Gombe and bring down. Or you go to China anywhere. So by the time that chap is going, the boss is no longer going. You stay back. When the chap becomes free, he will go back to where he buys it. He will tell those people, I'm now on my own. I'm no longer with that man. And they will still trust him because, in fact, he's not the face of the business. So such a reconciliatory something, I mean, use it to, that's what Ndigbo used to rehabilitate themselves. And they made so many billionaires out of everything. In some cases, some may say, your master will say, no, I don't want you to go. You are the taproot of my business. Let us do combined now, in which case we are now in a company. You have your share, I have my share, because the boss has known that since this chap came here, he's the person I'm sending around. My business partners in China, France, Germany, it's him they know. So if he goes now, he will be transacting on his own. So let that connection, let me retain it. So that was how so many businesses sprang up among the Igbo. And that was what we used to rehabilitate ourselves. 20 pounds, we didn't go anywhere. Of course, we know that the plan of Nigeria was to make us a destitute. What is it called? If you know this story, because sometimes when people hear that Ndigbo want to leave Nigeria, some people will just be so emotional as to say, who are they? Like Buhari saying, they can't go. You can't box me in. You can't. At the end of the Civil War, I just read this because so many truths are coming out. I will look for it again. Gowon, because of the oil boom, said the European people, countries were telling him this is the time to go industrialization. Gowon was trying to ask them, what really do they mean by that? They were telling him you have to start building, machines, on this and that, fabricating all those things. Gowon came back and proposed it in the cabinet. They brought a professor, what is the name? Professor Ragu from Abate, Anambra State, who is the brain behind the Obunigwe, the one they call a weapon of mass destruction. That's what he did in the war. He's a nuclear physicist. He read at the University of Swansea in South Wales. think that's where he got his PhD in those days. So they called him. The guy sat down. In the interest, he didn't use a Biafran, what is it called? People that fought in the war. He selected a few, but went to university. Say he went to ABU, look at their physics. So he recruited a lot of Nigerians to make it, balanced. Because if he just said, my colleagues, we did a Obunigwe, let's go to Nigeria, they say, no, you may use it to wreck us. But he involved people because it's not Nigeria. Say Murtala Mohammed came, opposed it. Murtala said the people, so what is technicality? We are talking of this, you are involving them. That was how they dissolved that thing, and that opportunity was lost. Now you have to look in ways. That was part of the plan, was to put what they call a project development agency at Enugu, and using University of Nigeria and Soka Department of Chemical Engineering as the resource. But all those things didn't work. So talking of, have we rehabilitated? In fact, I've even given Ndigbo credit. If not, Harvard Business School cannot be studying this idea of apprenticeship, because the essence of apprenticeship is for you to train your competitor. It's not done. It's not done. The person you are training will compete with you. And in most cases, as you are getting old, remember you may be 30, 40, to bring him when he's 18. In the next 10 years, he becomes 28. And you are getting to maybe 60. So the thing is that spirit of, let us rehabilitate ourselves. A rejected people cannot reject themselves. So Ndigbo has done it excellently well. I won't blame them. The only thing is that federal government have undermined them, like Buhari saying they are dot in a circle, and then the youth of some places in the riverine area has assured him, and the elders has assured him that this time they won't give them access. You see, you pity illiteracy. Today, the president of Ohaneze Ndigbo is Ikwere. Today, the president of Ohaneze Ndigbo is a man called Senator Azotambata. He's Ikwere man. Ohaneze Ndigbo, for those who do not know, was registered, formed after the war by 7 people. Jerome Udoji, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Dennis Osadebe from Asaba, Francis Ella, Ikwere man, Emmanuel Agoma, Ikwere man, and then the father of Obiwale, the father of Okewale, former president of Nigerian Bar Association. So 4 were Ikwere people. The rest 3 were Igbos of maybe Anambra or maybe Imo or whatever. But people do not know. These are facts. I'm just, sort of divulging here. But when you see Buhari, he will be there saying dot in the circle. You don't want that. So which means you want to box Ndigbo in. That tells you the intention. You can never hold, you see, that's what they call air that we breathe. You breathe in air. You can't see the air you are breathing, but you know air exists. When the trees are waving their leaves, you see that the wind is blowing, because wind is air in motion. The fact that you cannot catch the wind, hold the wind, you cannot hold the wind the way I'm holding this thing. The way you can't hold the wind or air the way I'm holding this bottle, nobody can stop Ndigbo. Any day, anybody can hold the wind the way I'm holding this, that day you can stop Ndigbo. But as long as you cannot hold the wind like this, you can never. So maybe Buhari, if he's now, he can't be saying that. So are you telling me, because I know January 10th, what I said here, the day Azotambata was elected President General, and they've been struggling for this. They've been saying that they should be the people leading the Igbo nation. When you now draw the map of Igbo nation, it will end in the Atlantic. So what is Buhari talking about? Buhari is not educated, so he doesn't know anything. He was still thinking in 1966 to 1967 thinking. That's what he's having. That we are dotting. We are not. Ndigbo has access to the Atlantic. Ikwere is Igbo. Ask anybody. The fact that Ikwere is in the Atlantic, that gives you what you need to know. So I pity Buhari. If he plays this thing, you pity illiteracy, but I'm sorry for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. CM. And it's good when we come to such debates, we come with an open mind so we can all learn. Yeah, Polo, you are welcome.
Today, hi, thank you.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, I'm sure you have followed us also in our discussion.
Of course.
So what is your take?
I've been watching on the YouTube. I didn't join. Yeah. I've listened to quite a few of you speaking.
Okay. Yes,
yeah, actually, I have the last time I was here, Tony was giving us a very emotional experience that he had. So, which makes me start reflecting and having to question everything again. Like, okay, maybe I'm just making a question or ask. I just want to learn because I was not born when Biafra happened. I was not taught in school what Biafra is all about. So, listening to Tony that day makes me realize why will I not ask those that actually experience it what is burning in my mind, like if indeed the Biafra memorial, whatever, is a good thing or bad thing. I just want to know, are we doing that reminder every year to remind people that war will only beget war, or we are still trying to open up the wound that has not been healed every other year, just to keep reminding people that you have been subjected to this by this and these people. Therefore, they should carry the revenge forward from father to children to the generations. Is it the revenge or vengeance or the appetite to have your own state that is the core idea of the remembrance there, to remind people that this is actually terrible, or we have not gotten what we wanted yet, but this is what happened. Never do this with these people, never, don't trust this, don't do this, don't do that. I'm just saying, I don't know. I already admitted, I don't know. I was never taught anything about Biafra. So the best way I can learn it is from people that actually experience it or are living in it as we speak. Just like how this guy got emotional that day because he has seen it with his, he's an eyewitness. Then again, another thing that I'm thinking about is like, wait a minute, I have not seen the Igbos that I've grown up seeing packing out from the north and heading back to Igbo land or Biafra land to fight for the independence of Biafra. Is it because they know something that those in Igbo land or Biafra land doesn't know, or it is in their best interest that Nigeria continue to exist as one, not divided, not small niches, divided across tribes and religion sentiment and whatever? Then again,
yeah,
I was like, sorry, please, can I land? I'm just making it. You're asking me for my view. Sorry, yeah. So I'm asking Tony the point, and then secondly, I think if we can only be humans, the reconciliation will start. We should not. We should stop seeing ourselves as labels or tags. We should start seeing ourselves as human beings first, that deserve the respect and dignity and have the right to life and to flourish in any part of the country with no restriction and to the best of what his intellect can give him. Not just seeing people as Fulani, Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, or looking back and then thinking that, okay, you still did death to my people, but let's move forward. So, if you can start by seeing at the basic level, I mean, on the communal level, I've never seen any Igbo man. I live in Yola, the capital of Adamawa State. I've never seen anything happening, anything negative happening to Igbos. Those Igbos that I've been seeing while I was growing up are the same Igbos that are old and have their children as my age mates, still doing their businesses here. But I realize how the news works. They will just pick up an isolated incident that happened and then keep on amplifying it or make it front page news. Isolated incidents. Suppose if I now get into a business with an Igbo guy that is mutually profitable for both of us, the news will not carry that. If I shake a hand or help an Igbo person to do something, or an Igbo person help a non-Igbo person in Igbo land to achieve something, that will not be shown in the national newspapers. It will just, they only focus on the negativity. And if you focus on the negativity, it will only benefit the politicians and the people at the top. At the basic level, as citizen, ordinary citizen, we are all suffering from what those people are doing. It is not like if the Fulanists or the Hausas or the Northerners are ruling. The bag of rice in a market the price will slightly be different between if you are Southerner or Easterner or Westerner, whatever you are. If the bag of rice is 300, you must pay 300, regardless. So how does having somebody that call himself Fulani benefit me if I cannot benefit, if I cannot get access to good road, if I cannot get clean water, if I cannot get good education? Why? Even if he is a Muslim or Fulani or from Arewa, if I cannot get those basic things, why will I be hacked because he's the president? But if I can get all those things under any other tribe, why will I go for other? Why will I go for Fulanis that I Arewa that I know I could not get all these things? And then again, the people like me and probably ordinary people here understands that at the basic level, all of you know some Fulani northern people that are very nice and very good. I can also point out that I know this person and I'm not scared of going to this area because of my identity that I'm Igbo and I'm Fulani. But why is the politician, why are we allowing the politician to prey on our division, tribal sentiment, and religion? So that's just it. But let me just refresh it. One, the point of the memorial. Then second, the way to move forward. And then third, I just want to learn and then be a passive listener. And if somebody makes a case and I feel like I can contribute, then I will go in and contribute. Please, Tony, I need your answer, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Polo, and welcome to the platform. First of all, let me thank you for the sentiments that you expressed concerning my narration of my eyewitness account of what happened in my town during the Civil War. You can see that from the way you spoke, that these were issues that you never heard. I'm sure that's the first time you are hearing that. And while I was speaking, occasionally I see you, covering your face and, the appearance, even the way you speak, that, that touched you. I thank you for that. Now, first of all, what history does, and I know you studied a part of it in school, is your past helps you to understand the future, helps you to deal with the present and the future, because that's one of the things that history does. The mistakes that have been made, how people did things in the past, their successes, and you can learn from that, and then project to the future. So part of the reason why is not to whip up sentiments. It's just to see how mistakes, things that we have done in the past has affected me, for instance, affected my town, affected society in ways that have brought people down instead of lifting people up. And so there's a lesson to learn. You remember I made a conclusion and I talked about the need for people to find better ways of dealing with conflicts, and not let it get to a conflagration. You remember I said that. So part of the for me, part of the reason is to see, how, not just me, it hurts me what happened, but it's also a lesson. I did say, I'm dealing with that issue is affecting my family, because I now have to deal with trying to explain to my children, I have to find answers to the reason why this happened. And I said, I'm still dealing with it. I can't really find, I can't tell them that, people were wicked or this happened, but, it's difficult, ordinarily to explain why this should happen in a sane society, in a country where we're supposed to be one. So that's one. Two, but it's also something that for others to learn, that in our dealings, in our relationship, these are things that should also shape the way you talk. If you understand someone's feeling, if you understand where someone is hurting, if you understand the history of someone, his trajectory, so when he speaks, you have a better understanding why he's saying what he's saying. So when you listen to some of the things that people say in this platform concerning Biafra, how grieved they are, you can understand, you can relate to it. And then in your relationship with that person, you would know how to deal with him. It's important. I think what has happened in Nigeria is that much of this history has not been told. And it's not just for Biafra, it's for the entire, because it's not only Biafra that was hurt. There are other people who are hurt. Soldiers who went to war on both sides and were killed. If you start from the first coup, there were innocent people that were killed, on both sides, who had nothing to do, with these families that were killed, wiped out, and this is Nigeria. So if you come to, for instance, the platform of politics, if we come to speaking about the nation, okay, if people are feeling hurt, if people are feeling that, listen, we have not been issues concerning us has not been well handled, has not been grappled, and you don't want them to discuss it, then is a problem, because healing cannot come unless you allow people to ventilate their anger, and then you can give them a hearing, and then you can sit down. But if you say no, you can't say it, sweep it under the carpet, then it's a problem. So that's one of the issues. So it's not just that one is saying, when you did this to us, we are not going to agree. But even the acceptance of saying, yes, some of these things we did it in ignorance, we didn't know, or it has happened. Please, how do we move forward? And then even in articulating ways and measures to move forward, you are honest, you are fair, there's justice. I mean, this is not the only country where you have had civil war. Rwanda did it. Many other places people fought wars, and they are moved on, and there's reconciliation. Okay, so that's one. Two is also a lesson for us when we look at the histories and the things people are saying, that war is not something that is desirable. It doesn't bring progress. Most of the time, it's destruction on both sides. So even in managing conflicts, because it's a normal thing, it's a basic thing in human life. There will be conflict, there will be misunderstanding, as long as there are human beings on earth. But we must find better ways and honest ways of dealing with these conflicts in a way that will be fairness, in a way that people can forgive, people can have closure. But if you continue to rub this in someone's eye, you beat a child, you say you should not cry, and you do it, so it's so obvious to the person, and then you keep telling him and say, you are a defeated people, you don't merit anything, you can't be this. I mean, once I was listening, just pardon me for debating, we were talking a different thing, and somebody posted in this platform, Obi can never be president in this, and it has absolutely nothing to do with what we're discussing. What is the meaning of that? He's not qualified. He's not a Nigerian. Why would you say that he can never be? What kind? I mean, what kind of what is there? Does it mean that there are some people who must be and there are some people who must not be? What is the basis for that kind of statement? And then we call ourselves Nigeria. So these are some of the things that are aggravating, and so, and if you say no, don't talk about it, don't discuss it, then we're missing the point. Because these are some of the issues that are bringing the country down. If you say we shouldn't discuss religion, we shouldn't discuss ethnicity, you are missing the point, because ethnicity is also part of what is causing the problem here. The use of the abuse. That's what I'm saying. Because there are good things, in diversity. There are people who have used diversity, for great things. There are people where religion is not an issue.
When I talk about ethnicity, it's like I as a Fulani, I can relate with what you're saying, because I keep on getting reminders. Constantly, I was reminded that my people are the one that spoil this country. My people are invaders. My people are terrorists. My people can not do this. And some people even went on to say in the last show that I don't deserve.
Oh
my God!
I didn't do that.
KJ, can I say something?
Yes.
See,
if he comes in, that you have to let him speak.
Maybe it's missing. Maybe just one more thing I just say, and I will yield. My mother lived. She died at the age of 96, and I said in this platform that she speaks Yoruba. She speaks Hausa like she's. In fact, if my mother speaks Hausa to you, you think that she is an Hausa woman. My grandmother, my mother's mother, actually has a northern blood, and she looks like Fulani. And let me tell you something that I haven't said here. Let me say something that I haven't said here. There were people from the north who used to come to visit my mom. They would come, they would visit my mom. See, in fact, when my mother died, one of them came. He didn't know my mother had passed away. I don't know them. I don't know them. But they will always come anytime they are around. They'll come and say, "Mama, mama, mama." When this one was told that mama had passed on, he was weeping. They would come. They would bring things from mama. Mama would, give them water, give them food, and so on and so forth, and on. And I didn't mention that in the period when we were struggling, when my father had been killed, one of the ways by which my mother survived, apart from the help from the church, who taught her how to raise chicken, raise rabbits, and gave her opportunity because she was a former teacher to teach. There was somebody, an awesome man. In my town, there's a place they call Cable Point, where you have people who live from the north, from the middle belt, and non-indigenous, just like Sabo, you have Sabongeri, So that's where they stay. Some of them were born there. They speak Igbo like Igbo people. And there's this guy called Alaji Halilu. He would have died. My mother went to him and said, "Listen, this is what has happened to me. I'm trying to do something to raise my children and some other dependent relatives that are with me." So they rear cattle. And cattle for us, we use cattle for burial. We use it also for title taking and so on. So it's in hot demand. It's something that is in demand. So that's what they do. So Alhaji Halilu now said, okay, he was the head. He was the head at the time. Every cattle that is killed, they will give my mother the head, and they will give my mother the 4 legs. She should go take it, go and sell. After she's finished selling, she should bring their money and then so my mother was doing that and brought a lot of people just to help, because it was a period of war and there was really not much to do. So I say that to say that it's not a question of Igbo versus Hausa or Igbo versus Fulani. But in dealing with the issue that you raised, Paulo, you must relate it within context. It's important that you relate this thing within context. Okay? And so that's all I would say. There's a context which we are not discussing now, but there's a context that you have to relate it to. And that's a different issue from what we're discussing now. I don't know if I answered your question.
Okay. Yeah, let him no, hold on. Okay, let Paulo.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, why I ask is that there is very terrible rhetoric on various platforms in Hausa language that they're saying, okay, these Fulanis are invaders, we are going to expel them, we are going to do this, we are going to do that. I think that's the build-up that was happening before Biafra. So if I can learn from what you guys have witnessed, maybe the build-up, and I can spot the red flags, probably there is something I can do. And then why I still join is that since it is about reconciliation, I think my background in guidance and counseling and psychology, and then language service provider, learning all about not only the tribes, including the dialect, the accent, and whatever. That's why I am asking this. If we learn from this and it is terrible, then what is happening now? How do we come about it? Because if there is a war that broke out between the Hausas and the Fulanis or other tribe, it is not only the northern part of the country that will be affected, it will be the entire nation that will be affected. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying at the basic level, all of us are almost nice to each other. It is when we get to a certain point, maybe the tribal sentiment will start kicking in, and then making sweeping statement in a public platform like this, like all Muslim, wherever you find them, this is what they want. Like all Fulanis, wherever you find them, this is what they want. You cannot paint the entire people that practice certain religion with the same brush, or a tribe with the same brush. No matter how terrible they are, there are other people that are still good, that you can still talk to, that you can still have business with, that you can still coexist with. Oh, my point is, okay, this is what happened, and then we are reminding ourselves, if we don't take care of these signs that we are seeing now, it may lead to this. We have to find a way of addressing it before it gets out of hand, right? That's the main summary of it. That's okay. Thank you. You have answered my question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ovie.
Now, I think Nigeria was 65 years or 60 something years. We don't pass age when we talk about it's not about individual, it's not about no. Every individual human being have two things, power to do two things, good and bad. Every one human being that is alive, that is breathing, has the ability to do good and bad. So it has never been about an individual. It's about ideology. Why they say, oh, why this rhetoric? Why all these things that they accuse all this? No, even up to today, people see the believe in Biafra and Igbo people now cause civil war. But that is by the way. In the human experience, as we speak, Japan 4 years ago, in the first time in their existence, have given order, drive their parliaments to rebuild their military. Germany are doing the same thing. Pretty much virtually every nation on earth is doing the same thing. You know why? Because part of the agreement after the Second World War was never again that the map, the current map of the planet Earth should be changed or should be altered. So when the invasion of Ukraine started by the Russian, that is a trigger. So for person to come and say, how should we remember the people who lost their life or what they believe on, the heroes of our past? It speaks at the what I've been talking about, power. Now only person with the power will tell you, do this, don't do this, stop doing this, stop doing this. If I have my way, every single individual that lost their life, this is our life in civil war, we will remember them one by one. It doesn't matter if it takes 10 years to do it. It is part of our experience. Nobody, no one power can switch that. We are still in the same countries. Let's move forward. Some persons will come out and decide to say, where I live, in my immediate neighborhood, this is the kind of law that will exist. If you call this person name in vain, you are going to be killed. If you do this, you are going to be killed. And guess what? Constitution back and up. But again, they will come tell me in my own house what I should celebrate, how I should celebrate, how I should not celebrate it. Power. It is a shame that we don't have a memorial built in the memory of people that lost their life. It is a shame. Now, if they say why some section of the country they act like this, it is because they've seen something familiar. As we speak, people are still being murdered because of their faith and who they are. And you now expect me to say, no, I have to prepare. Because after they finish with those people, after they finish with my neighbor, it's going to be me. That's the reality of human. They just finished celebrate 80 years of Second World War. We are human beings. You cannot tell me how to feel. Again, because I lost. So, we education, big carrots go everywhere we go, civilization. No, at the end of the day, you go hungry, you go chop, you go shit, you go match grand. So it doesn't matter one individual as so no, it is not about individual. It's now embedded in system. That's why the power is so fractionized the way it is in Nigeria, because it's not it's now a systematic thing. And as I said before, I don't hold anybody against strategy of survival. I can't. But I damn well for somebody to come tell me how I should change my survival. It don't go happen. What am I living for? What is the point of living if I cannot exercise what God has given me to do? I go, if I won't go like this, I say, wait till that person go think. I want shit for front of my house. That person for the other side go say the shit go the smell. What is the point of living? So it's not about what to do me individual as a person. I go forget that. Yeah, it's not about that. For God's sake, it's 50 years. People who have the brothers, we are just I said we are just getting started. The information where for we day. We are just getting started. It is not individual. Talking about I get the person for not no. I'm from my family. I go say I'm in Nigeria. My niece, one na Chibuzo, one na Ali, one na Olu. My brother's kids. I lived in Medugri. My family, my brother said that one's married from north, married from east. So the idea of Nigeria, if you cut me to Nigeria, you go see every part. But it's not about me. It's not about me. It's about the generations to come. The people that went to war because of me, my generation, because we are not born. So the idea of reconciliation is first of all, not telling me how to do my way of life. Because for us to actually live peacefully, I said it, everybody go get law. Because I am waiting for the day where Edo State go get law saying now Juju now go they worship. And I don't expect anybody. That's what the constitution said. That's why I say state autonomy. I'm saying it for a reason. When the northern states come out to say Sharia, they are doing it in their right. It is right. It's in the constitution. That's what democracy is all about. You understand the beauty?
All right.
We are not enjoying it because there's somebody at the way they mobilize the power. That's why we are not enjoying it. I am supposed to be able to do what the fuck I want. So the idea is very telling that yes, the victor have the monopoly of everything. Once you win, it's always like that. So now power thing has nothing to do with individuals. It's about survival. I'm sorry. I don't hold anybody against how you choose to survive. Nobody should use it against me. How I choose to survive.
All right. Let's CM, you want to weigh in?
Can I say something before?
Yes, CM, hold on. Let Ike say something.
Okay. Polo, I thank you that you are with us. I know you have been with us for some time, and after some time, maybe you were busy with school and things like that. But the day that my brother Tony spoke, I was not here, but I'm happy you came back and you have expressed your feelings and your understanding. I mean, today, I'm so happy that you came back to make the comment you make. It's a sign of, people trying to realize and trying to recognize the situation and the feelings of other people. I just want to appreciate you for coming back with, to sympathize with Tony, because you listened and you went home. You give a thought, and based on your thinking and what you used to hear before, probably change your perspective a little bit. And that's why you decided to come to be part of it. I love that and I like that. And I want you to continue to do that. Because when we talk about national reconciliation and healings, it's the only way we can. That's the only way we can heal. Because now that you can tell somebody in your either your friend or your neighbor or your family, it's true I was not told about this, but I had somebody who has real experience. And I think we begin to have another perspective on how we can deal with each other. And I think that when you want to talk about national reconciliation, we have seen countries that did that. For example, in South Africa, they did national reconciliation.
Amen. Let's be constitutional. If the constitution there, they no poverty no go there as it is. So they no go see the fight. Trump no go the pull himself for White House. No, there's nothing like that. There was a forced reconciliation. That's different. The deals where they force us to live together. So we should go to the cause of it. The information are out there right now. Nobody saying conspiracy theory or anything. So the South Africans were forced to have that agreement. That's why we see they call Mandela as a traitor.
So at least when Tony started, he spoke about Rwanda, where something like this happened.
Sorry to bother you. The one that said like the same thing. There's no way in history when minority go the government, you think it's okay. It's just a matter of time. It's a time bomb waiting. They were also forced to live like that by the Clinton administration. Go ahead.
I believe that the easiest way for everyone to recognize or, reconcile with his friend or somebody that offended you is by acknowledging your mistakes and your errors and your fault. And when you acknowledge that with an open heart, the person will always forgive. And the only way you can forgive, for example, if you do something to me I didn't like, if I keep it in my heart and you still thinking we are friends, but I'm hurting, and probably in my heart I don't like you anymore. But I think that the best reconciliation that I can give you is to call you and tell you, Polo, 2 weeks ago, the other thing you did, I didn't like it, And it is your response and your reaction and you realizing, okay, probably I made a mistake. That is the only weapon that can bring back that friendship and bring that cementation of one love together. By the time you say, okay, Ike, I did not remember, I didn't think it this way, but now that you come back to me, I can realize that I made a mistake. Sorry. There is nothing that is greater than I am sorry. That is the greatest weapon that we have as human beings. The power to say, listen, I'm sorry for what I did. And it is the hardest thing for people to do. And it's because of ego. Human beings has this ego of, I cannot tell you, I cannot say it. What are you going to do to me? Do what you think you can do. That's why we see, my brother Polo, that's why you see we have problem everywhere. But I tell you that the greatest weapon God has given to man is to say, listen, I'm sorry. I recognize what I did and I think it was wrong, but please find a place in your heart to forgive me. And that's the way we move on. And that is the proper reconciliation. Because if we start in that manner, the politicians will not bring your head and my head together, because we have understand the principle of reconciliation, which is, listen, Brother Ike, I'm sorry for what I did. And when the politicians want to bring that their politics, say, hey, sorry, please, go far away from me because I have no problem with Brother Ike. I have reconciled with Brother Ike and we are good. You see, this is the only way we can fight this. But without not fighting, without not saying it, we say, okay, let's move on with it. It's not easy. You can't move on something that somebody has to tell you, listen, I'm sorry. What I did, I was not happy. So if that person is able to be courageous enough, be bold enough to tell me, Polo, I'm sorry. I went back and I give a thought. I remember what I did. It was wrong. And the other side also will remember, hey, listen, there is also something that I did to you and that I didn't tell you, but I did something like this. Now I can tell you, Polo, sorry. This is the way we move forward. But it shouldn't be, for example, after you stab me at my back, and after my healing from the stabbing, you want us to move on together like that. No, because you should be able to say, hey, Brother Ike, When I did that, I was foolish. I didn't know what I did. Please find a place in your heart. I know that I cannot remove that mark at your back, but just because I realized what I did to you, I'm sorry. That's all.
All right.
And there is one more thing. I realized that what I did is wrong. And is there anything I can do about it? Please forgive me. You forgive me. I acknowledge I'm wrong. You forgive me. Is there something I can do about it? Obviously, I cannot bring back the death. But is there any other thing I can do? Okay, this is what you can do if you want to make it right. We'll give you this time to see if you are actually sincere, if your apologies are sincere. Then we'll give you time and watch you, how you interact with our people. That's how we move forward. Information warfare is saying is not about individuals, it's about people at the helm of power. We are here now as a group. We don't know in the next 10, 15 years who will be in that position of power. If that person happens to be here and we all agree that they, with reconciliation and whatever, then if he got that power, he will still reflect that I once had these people talking about this. Why not? Why can't I be the person that will start the movement, even if I cannot achieve what I 100%? Every invention starts with a thought. It starts with individual. Every movement starts with one individual conceiving an idea and then believing that this idea will work. If you take away peaceful resolution and reconciliation, what we are left with is war and bitterness, an ever-ending war that keeps on repeating itself. He talked about after Second World War, the agreement was we should maintain the same border, which means we should maintain the same border with Biafrans in, not having a Biafra state. But the border has been broken. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows South Sudan, Eritrea, the war in Serbia, how the USS are disintegrated during the Cold War. We know the maps has not been maintained. And telling me that it's like you telling me if I'm in the government and I'm making laws to tell me that, okay, you don't get to decide what I put in my mouth or my nose. I can go and get the cocaine and sniff it. Who are you to tell me what I can put in my mouth? Who are you to tell me who I sleep with? Who are you to tell me this and that? There are certain things that obviously you don't hold a monopoly of knowledge that, okay, this is the best thing that will happen to you. If you follow certain religion, you know there are people ahead of you that can guide you, that can tell you, hey, what you're doing is wrong. This is how it is done. Somebody will always tell you how to do, and it is not because they are criticizing you or they don't want the way you are living. It's because they want to correct you as part of them.
It's not gonna stop until you stop him.
Okay.
Right?
No, let it finish.
Let's make progress. No, let's make progress.
Udo is right. You are right on one thing, right? And I will say it. Before I say it, when I use the Second World War as an example, I said that to say this.
I was not talking to you. I'm talking to information warfare. I'm not referring to you.
This is information warfare speaking. All right? So,
okay.
I use that. Let me make him understand. I use that as an example.
1 minute.
Yes,
We need to
I use that as an example because when this Benue's and the neighboring states are being invaded, you expect other states to fold their arms. You are right. The map of the planet has been altered already. Hence, everywhere extension. So, any moment from now, it will explode. But you said something that I agree with. That if somebody apologized and he said, and that person accept your apology and give you a chance, I want you to see if you are going to do something different. This is what you said. That's exactly what the Biafra state did. They've given Nigeria 50 years to see if they are remorse, to see if they can acknowledge that yes, we did these people wrong or not. They haven't confessed already, but still, the Biafras were forced to accept defeat, humility, and still coexist. Give them 50 years. But look at the kind of rhetoric that is coming from the president's mouth. So pay attention to the way you talk. So everything that you've seen has been exhausted. Accord was part of the also reconciliation. So every step of the way was taken. 50 years is not enough to be patient and want to see people who did wrong to come out and say we are sorry and we are going to do right. Even if they don't say it, action they say speak louder than voice. So just because you see one people man they check for not,
Okay, let's move on. We need to move on because Spencer is here and he's going to make this thing. So let's move on. I will not want to go. Sorry, I CM, and I will not just hold on this topic. I know that's why Pansa came in. So let him make this thing, then we can go to the next topic and we'll start rounding up. Yes,
thank you very much, KJ. I appreciate you staying longer. I remember when you started, the first time you started being a moderator here, you couldn't wait to get out of here, and you weren't staying that long. I believe that the pastor that we used to have here, Pastor Okra, he was influencing you in a bad way. You're staying longer. You're doing a fantastic job. You learn all that talk. But let me say that it's funny.
He's doing a fantastic job. When he tell you your time is over, now you begin to complain.
Yeah, that's true. That's we all do it, right? But Pulo, I'm so happy you're back, and you're having problems with your connection. So it's funny that when we recover people here on this platform, someone like Pulo is getting stronger. His voice he's making points, but don't expect to say things that are improper and we let you get away with it, or we're not gonna give you cookies. Like I said, a lot of the behaviors here and pretense. A lot of Nigerians, they like to pretend. Is it only the Igbos that were hot during the war? The Igbos fought a war. Are you trying to tell me that you don't know what it feels like to be hurt by others and you don't get an apology? The most vindictive people.
Absolutely. Okay. You are not here when it started. I started by acknowledging that. I started by talking to Tony. I started by saying I didn't know. Please.
KJ, I'm going to explain.
You are not there, please.
KJ, I need your help to mute him now. Remember, he's one of my favorites on this platform. But I'm not going to let him play any games, right? I'm gonna stay with him on this.
But to be fair to him,
I'm gonna be fair. Let me give examples. That's where I'm gonna do it. Now, will you relax, please? Pula, I want you to listen to me. I want you to hear me very well. I believe that one of the problems you have with me is that I don't think you understand what I'm saying. You don't hear me audibly. I believe that's what the problem is. Not that you don't understand English, but audibly you don't hear me very well because there's a connection issue. Now listen to this.
There's no connection issue, and I'm not the one that's doing the interruption when other people are talking. I'm well behaved in this platform.
I mean, this guy is literally interrupting me while he's denying that he's not the one doing the interrupting. You're interrupting me now. So hold on.
Yeah, a tit for tat. See? I feel like maybe this is the new policy. You have to interrupt people at any point.
No. A tit for tat. That's actually what I was going to talk about. The most vindictive people in the world are Muslims. Right? Tit for tat. An eye for an eye. You just said a tit for tat. Not us.
Yeah, it's straight from the Bible, the language that you understand best.
I need to mirror what I'm done. I'm going to give you an example. During that war, Nigerian soldiers who are Igbos, they went and they whacked the Sardauna of Sokoto, who himself has a big mouth. But it's the Nigerian soldiers who are Igbos that did that act. It has nothing to do with the hoi polloi of the Igbos who are in the north doing their business, who are in the southeast, who are in the southwest. They are not soldiers. They're not in the army. Igbo soldiers with Yoruba soldiers, with northern soldiers, just soldiers, the boys. They went and they whacked that big mouth Sardauna, right? But you had that feeling, not only him, there are others. Was one in the other one in the southeast. I mean northeast, right? What's the name of the CM? What is the name of Abubakar?
Right? Tafawa
Balewa, right? So they killed people like that. Akintoye on all those. You've been carrying that venom, vindictiveness, wickedness against the Igbos, who are your fellow citizens, who had nothing whatsoever to do with that. These are people doing business in the north. You killed a lot of people. And you've continued to do a lot of coups after that. You did what you call the counter coup. You killed a lot of Igbos. You killed an Igbo head of state. And it still hurts you to today that your Sardauna was killed. You have to know, Pulo, in our own
Well, there is no Sardana Memoriam. The last time I checked, a date to remember his death.
We're not talking. Don't move the goalpost. What I'm saying is that the only reason why I'm making the point is that you do know what it is to be aggrieved without apology, without this and without all that.
I was not alive when it happened. I don't know.
I understand. Hold on. Believe it or not, as old as Sophia looks, he wasn't alive then. Even KJ wasn't alive then. You're not the only one who's not alive then. You have to, but I don't want to waste a lot of my time trying to lecture you or condescend on you.
Sorry, the point is that, listen, let me cut it short for you. The point is, I don't know. I asked Tony about it.
I heard you.
There are people, I have not been taught a different way. So you have your own version of the story. I have my own version of the story. The version I hear, I don't want to use it any longer when I had Tony giving a real life experience.
Okay, Pastor, hold on. You have your time.
Let me tell you, Pulo, I told you I'm a fair guy.
Hold on.
What do you?
Let us be fair. Let us be fair. If you ask him something and you make
I did not. I did not ask him.
Also
no, I did not. I've heard him.
Can be heard.
Listen to me.
Talking about it, he has to respond.
When you say you, who are you talking to?
Just wait. Use your time to respond. Just wait. Let him finish so that you use your time to respond.
Finish.
Okay, Polo, don't worry. I'll give you your time.
KJ, you're spoiling these Northerners, right? I told. It's only me also.
I'm not
listen, you're my daughter, but let me tell you something.
KJ, you have to moderate this thing. We have gone past this stage. You have to moderate this thing.
Let me land here.
Right? We have an issue that we're discussing. We have gone past this thing. Let's not whip up primordial sentiment. We've gone past this thing.
Tony, you don't determine when primordial sentiments.
Brother Pansa, please, I want to say something, please. I don't want you to use the same language you just use now. Some brother from the north. Let's stop that politics. We have gone past that.
We have not.
Let's just talk about what we're talking about.
No, hold on. I respect you. You're a fair guy here, and you're my brother. Trust me. I'm happy that you listen. But listen to me. We're not going to pass anything. Right? We're not going to pass anything. When we go past it, I'll tell you. What Pulo appreciates is the truth. He doesn't want any of these whatever you call it, sentiment stuff. He's a hardcore. And he's come here, and I give him credit for having a discussion from the heart. And he's a big boy; he could handle it. We're not going to pass anything. A lot of our people were killed there in that country, and here's what makes a big difference. By the way, when people are here talking, I see a lot of you talking as if we are victims. No, we are people who could take over the country, like Pulo's people, who could capture your people, who could take you over. We're that big. But the problem is that it takes a lot to get a nation to that kind of state, right? The coalition that fought the war, you don't have that anymore because your people have been going over there, killing people all over the country, right? So when you come here, don't feel sorry for us because it's actually, we want you to grow and get some sense up there. Go to school. Don't kill your neighbors. Because even if you make peace with me from the southeast and you go to Benue and you're killing people over there, that's enough to provoke me to do something about it. So you can shake your head all you want, and these people here could be spoiling you. I have to tell you the truth. If your people don't behave soon, we're going to come over there and do the right thing there. We can. That's the difference.
All right, I need to stop you.
Let me land. That's the difference between us and let's say Benue people, right? We can defeat you. We want to get along because we want to do the right thing and obey the Constitution. We're not doing it because we're victims, like these people are telling you, and you're correctly telling them. And I want to tell you that your people are the ones who feel more victimized than everybody else because only one guy was killed. They say the Sadoana or something. But in our case, we have millions of people killed. In our own religion, all men are created equal. Every single one of those Biafran children that got killed is just as important as that's your big man.
Yeah, everybody created equal, except when you're having a pogrom and Spanish Inquisition and all the nasty things that happen when you're taking back Jerusalem. You're telling me about religion being pushed. Religion, my ass.
Okay, let me land. It's my turn. It's gonna be a turn very soon. I'll be done here.
Oh,
all
no,
I'm saying is, Pastor, can I land here? Can I land?
You are no longer land. I give you time to land. You're finished.
Why is it that every time I'm here to talk, you want to be disrespectful when I'm leaving, when I'm getting off the... When I talk, I normally get off
I
the
need a
stage
chance to answer the allegation, please, when he's done.
Why are you being disrespectful to me when I'm leaving the platform? Why? Who do you think is going to attempt this pull-up?
Why will you make
is it you or is it me?
Why will you make false accusation against me and then leave the platform?
It's people like us who are going to solve the problem. It's not you who is whistling around. It's me who's going to take care of those terrorists up north. It's not going to be you who wants to get along and make peace with everybody that you see.
All right, I think
all right, so I'll leave, but like I warned you before, if you're not going to be respectful, I'm not going to come back to this show.
Well,
I will not come back, and then you can have Pulo, you can have the rest of them here. A lot of our people got killed, so you're going to get on this platform.
You see, a classic case of telling people what to do. He is on one side trying to say he cannot take a lecture from another person telling him what to do. On the other hand, he wants this particular platform that he doesn't own to decide who get to say what. Are you blackmailing the platform, Dr. Damages, for having this platform that I'm not going to attend again? Are you trying to blackmail him? Like, if you cannot contain people with different opinion than you have, what is the point of the free speech?
Okay, I'm going to answer you that I'm gone. All I'm saying, you have a lot of people to talk to you. All you have to do is respect my time when I'm talking, and I respect yours. It's a very simple rule here.
You have spoken for more than 10 minutes now.
Okay, but it's also a rule of thumb that when you finish, you kind of round it up. You say, okay, go ahead and round it off. You know, that's what I'm saying.
No. I've told you to round up many times, and you're not doing that. So
I didn't hear you. All right, and if you're gonna be fair, like I gave you credit here, I don't want you and I to be having this kind of stuff.
Listen,
I doesn't like it. Let me say hello to Dr. CM here, Tony, my brother here. Information that we call over here. I'm gone. You keep. By the way, I could tell Dr. Damage.
Okay, Polo, you can make your
tell Dr. Damages to fire you.
Okay, I find the idea very absurd that remember, if I didn't forget what the Bible says in the book of Ezekiel, says, a son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous is upon himself, and the wickedness of the wicked is upon himself. So, if I was not born when all those stuff happened, why would you hold me responsible for what I did not do and I do not know? And when you told me this is what happened, this is what my people did to you, I said, well, that's a very terrible thing. I acknowledge it. How will you say that, oh, despite first, if you have been consistent with what I said, before I even start, I acknowledge that I was not taught anything about Biafra. And I heard this guy talking about Biafra, and it gets me emotional, which makes me want to learn more about what happened during Biafra from people that are very calm, that can present it in a way that I will understand. Because I also see the person that is saying he is very well behaved, will not interrupt, is starting to interrupt again. Just leave the platform if you want to leave. If you don't want to hear the response, you are free to go. What I'm saying, if you are going to be stuck with people like this person, that would not allow other person to make point, or they'll always keep on generalizing and making everyone look bad so that he will feel better about himself. You said you, as though I'm the one that went to your people and did the wrong thing, or I connive with them to do all those stuff. Why would I carry another person's cross? Why can't I be? I didn't choose to be a Fulani. I didn't choose to be born in the north. I didn't choose to be raised by a Muslim family. Neither were you. So we are all forced to accept the label that we are assigned to, then carry other people's grudges and take it further in our own life. Why carry this heavy burden that we cannot just get rid of it and find a way of moving forward? I'm not done. Please be respectful. Be respectful, please. Be respectful. It's my turn. Be respectful. It's my turn. So if you're going to have, you don't brush people. Okay, Islam, this is what they want. What? You have the nerve to come and say that Islam is a broadcast religion when we know the terrible thing that happened during the Crusade and the Inquisition, and even what you are going through now. They didn't come with the intention of, they came here with the intention of doing their business. Then they saw an opportunity of indoctrinating people to follow their religion. And then they did, and then they know it will not work. This side is Christian, this side is Muslim. Maybe if we join them together, at least we will have our hands on both pies. Whichever one we want to use, we will use it and discard it, and then get another one from the other side, while other side is grooming up. Why will we have to carry this hatred forward? I told you, I don't know what it feels like. I was not born. I was not told this story. The stories I keep on hearing is a story that favor my own people. But if I can hear an alternative story, I know there is a two side of the story, the victor and the vanquished. If I can hear from the other side of the story, I will make my own rational conclusions. But if I keep hearing the same story from my own people, and you keep hearing what is pleasing to your ears only, you don't want to hear any other point of view, how do you think you are making a rational argument there? I am
Can I
expecting that
speak?
I'm dealing with
Can I take
matured
30 seconds from
and
you?
well-reasoned people that are not thin-skinned, that can just be offended with just one word, even though I
All right,
didn't say any
Pulo,
word
can
that
I
is
take 30
offensive.
seconds from, let me
Nope,
use 30
until I
seconds.
said thank you, please.
No,
Why are you keeping on disrupting me? You said you're going to leave. Leave.
wait a minute. Let me
If you're not leaving, then I will leave. Thank you for having me.
be my
I
guest.
didn't intend
Bye-bye.
to leave, but I'm not leaving anymore.
You're not
Thank
gonna
you.
leave. You're gonna leave. Why
Okay,
don't you leave?
wait, please.
KJ,
Let me weigh in
KJ,
on
I'm
this.
gonna deal with you, right?
I've not spoken
I'm
for a
gonna
long time.
because
Please.
it's
All right, Sam, go ahead.
Okay. Actually, I won't say I did not. I understand what Paulo has said. Paulo, to be honest with you, I've encountered you here maybe once, twice, or three in the past. But see, the basis of moving forward is for somebody to say, like what you said now. I mean, it can be anybody. You weren't born then. You weren't directly responsible. Probably, like from your confession, you haven't read so much about it, you don't know. That's fair enough. To me, today is even a better day to start. You see, in human interaction, I always like to say one thing. I have not for once, refused people even the opportunity to plead ignorance on what they don't know. That is my starting point. I do not know everything. I try as much as possible to find out. What we are saying is we must, let me say, on what everybody should agree on. Nigeria as a country, if we want to take the history of Nigeria, say from 1914 or when they say the amalgamation started to the present day, the most important milestone, there are many, but the most important is that tragic event of 1967 to 1970. There's no, anybody can acknowledge that is the most tragic event Nigeria have had. We've had flooding. We've had what is it called? We've had flooding. We've had an election that was annulled. People were running helter skelter. We've had, I mean, so much. But this is the most important because it have to people lives were lost, not one, not two, but in millions. What to some of us pains us most? Paulo, if me and you we have a disagreement and we are quarreling, and somebody somewhere say, Paulo and CM, can you people come here and settle whatever it is as a brother? The day you, Paulo, will say, I'm going, I will be there, it means you want peace. Because you can say, I'm not coming. But if you say, look, where it is, okay, on so I'm coming. Let me come and tell you what really happened. Then me, I will say I'm coming. The fact that two of us agreed, it means we want peace. See, every war is avoidable. What is particularly painful about Nigerian own is that, let's say, if we start to count people that died or all these things, It cannot be equal. One side will lose more than the other. But let's leave that. When two people agree to go and then look for a solution in a foreign land, Nigeria and Biafra went to Ghana. Then Nigeria, the East did not go as Biafra. They went as part of Nigeria, the Eastern region. 1967, there was no Biafra in January. They went as Eastern region. The rest, Gowon representing the rest, because Ojukwu is saying no, you can never agree again because of the killing. That was what Ojukwu was saying. Say the Gowon doesn't want to stop the killing. Ojukwu, by his own admission, you are looking. The killing after the January 1966 coup that killed Sadwana, Tafawa Balewa, Lagema, Abogu Lagema, John, Colonel Palm, and Kuru Mohammed, so many of them with what is the name? Premier of Western Region, Akintola, Okotiebo, Minister of Finance, 21 of them that were slaughtered. After that, there were waves of killing of Ndigbo openly in the north by men. Okay, that is the anger. Some people might not contain, not everybody. So somebody might say, no, I don't, but there were many. Okay, that trailed till the north. Now decided on their own accord to plan a counter coup, which they executed perfectly on 29th July. Okay. People were massacred. Ndigbo were just the way it even happened, if you must know this, is a case of soldiers living in barracks, the way they live together. They blow bigo to summon everybody in the night to come out. At Abeokuta barracks and at Ikeja barracks, all the soldiers came out, hoping that they will be deployed to something. They have to separate them. The southeast, the Eastern region soldiers the other way, the rest the other way. All of them were just more than 300 in a night. They're all gone. Okay. These are still part of the tragic events. Because some people, you may think that if you slap me once, I will be content with slapping you twice. You don't know that I may be content that every day I will continue to slap you for the next 50 years because of that one. That's okay. Then Ojukwu now called, say, Gowon, you've taken over, intervene. Gowon agreed. Of course, when they were slaughtering Ndigbo in the north, you can't slaughter everybody. Even if only two escape, came back to the east. By August, 1st of August, Gowon has become the head of state. Ojukwu was now saying, Gowon, you should halt everything. Gowon, of course, made a broadcast that this thing should stop. Ojukwu now told Ndigbo, since you came back, go back. Gowon has assured me, he has assured the nation that the killing has stopped. We want now to start to find a peaceful way. Some Igbo people said they are not going because of what they saw. Ojukwu said, no, you have to go. Those that left by that August, not knowing that September, they started another wave of pogrom. They never came back. I'm sorry. They never came back. According to Ojukwu in his interview, though he regrets people that died, the greatest regret. Please,
please. I know you're not trying to use this time here to talk about everything that happened before the Civil War, because I wanted us to talk about what these people are doing now, right? They're gonna hear. They've heard that stuff. The Yorubas have heard it. Let me just say I know, because you interrupt me sometimes. Let me just interrupt you for a minute. They've heard it ad nauseum. They're not listening to that. Nobody in that audience now or in Nigeria is listening to the history that you're recounting so beautifully. There are books that they won't read it, because that's not what the problem is. It's not like they don't know. So please, I'm asking you. You could summarize it. They've heard it. They don't give a damn about any other stuff you're talking about. They don't care.
I'm laying a background. You see,
I know, but we cannot be here forever while you lay this background to this Pulo, right? What I wanted to do, why I've come, is that I want to talk to Pulo so that he can understand what we're talking about. All the history you're talking about, he's not listening to any other stuff. But I know you want to keep us here.
Talk to the other people.
1 hour.
I'm not interested. If it is because of me, please move forward. I don't want to listen to what he has to say. If you're addressing it to me, not the panel, no, I mean not the whole house, just take it that whatever you say, I'm not going to take it. That's it. If that is what what's your intention, stop wasting other people's time. Don't waste their time on me.
Can you conclude?
Don't waste their time on me. CM was making sense, giving references, educating me more. Imagine what you will have from a chunk of the country that you claim you want to have peace with, having their primary school children sing, Ojukwu wanted to separate Nigeria, but Gawan said Nigeria must be one.
Then it's on you. Don't let him be disruptive here. Kick him out, son of a bitch.
No. See,
okay.
Excuse me. Let me say this. See, why I have to say this, because sometimes you don't know who is listening. Not everybody knows it. I know what Panta is saying, but not everybody still does not. It still counts towards what I want to say. So when you now see this, because I'm trying to say that every war is avoidable. Now, in the end, we went to Aburi. From that Aburi, we came back. Now tell the people what we agreed on Aburi. Aburi was not go to, nobody was extracting anybody to pay me this or do this. Aburi now said, going forward, just like any people will now say in Nigeria today, going forward, what do we do? They said, okay, going forward is, Aburi is on the internet. I mean, Aburi, what was resolved? It will do this, do this, do this. Gowon came and then stopped everything. Rather, he went and started creating state. That is provoking. State creation was never discussed at Aburi. Never. It didn't come up. It was the 4 regions. The whole northern region should be the way it was when Sardauna was administering them. What we wanted was, going forward, every soldier, even then, you must know, if you want to know this, at independence, the number of officers are mainly Ndigbo. Igbos are highest in the number of, but even before the Civil War, Ojukwu was prepared to say, all Igbos, everybody go back to your region. We have the highest number. If you post them in the north, there are many, they outnumber. You post them in the west. But Ojukwu considered, said, look, let everybody, so that tension of everywhere, Igbo, or Yoruba, he said, let it die down. Yorubas, we are saying, since the July 29th coup, the whole of Ibadan garrison, we are populated by soldiers from the north. They want them to go. That is what Adeyinka Adebayo was saying at Aburi. Ojukwu said, yes, every soldier go back to your region to maintain, first of all, let the tension die down. It's not because Aburi was just a gentleman's agreement. That should have ended everything. If you go and read it, you find out that it didn't favor anybody. Rather, everybody were conceding. When they came back, the idea that Gowon stopped it, he said, why not implement it? You are still the head of state. Ojukwu is no longer doubting. He said, when you come back, you are the head of state. Implement it so that this tension will die down, because that fear of domination is there. Then how do you assure the north that you will still have soldiers from the south, like in Zogu, them being in the north? They are not happy with it. Usman Hassan Kassena wasn't happy. He said, okay, every soldier go back to your region. That way, so that when you now come to the north, you see that there are mainly northern regions northern troops in the barracks. You go to the west, the same thing. These are to bring peace. But Gowon missed the chance of the century. That's why all these things were painful. Now we went to war. Fast forward, we went to war, and then genocide was committed. After coming back in 1970, no victor, no vanquished, reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation, nothing was done. Rather, what we are now witnessing is, for 3 years, when they were fighting civil war, no school, there wasn't like writing school start. The first victim of the first victim of every war is the school, the churches, the mosque, the markets. They were destroyed. So Ndigbo, we are not going to school in the southeast at all. So when you now come back after 1970, nothing. Somebody wouldn't tell you I wrote my school start 1969, 1967, 1968, 1970. Nothing like that. So when we now came back, for us to rebuild, which you should have done, we are giving high cutoff mark. I mean, all these things are painful. This is why I'm trying to say that you said that's what they call psychology. So these people are now saying, We should be the people you should be able to implement certain things to compensate us for what we lost. Rather, you are even making life difficult for us. So that is the background I'm laying, and that is why the anger persists today, and that is what is fueling. 1966 to 67 Biafra was because of inability of Aburi to be implemented and pogrom. That is different. The Biafra agitation of today of Nnamdi Kanu is the injustice we are seeing today in Nigeria. That's all.
Yeah, so
what I just want to say, I appreciate the way you present your argument. You have facts, you have names, you have dates, you have everything. You are not just saying it. You are backing it up with a source. Imagine you change my mind. Imagine the number of people's mind that will be changed if they actually hear you and Tony and the rest of your kind. Imagine the number of people from the north who will change their mind, who will be more sympathetic towards the Igbo cause. When I was growing up as a Fulani boy, what I was told is that Igbos are eating people. I should not go near any Igbo person. In primary school, the song we were taught is like, Ojuku wanted to separate Nigeria, but Gawan say Nigeria must be one. So we grew up with that mentality. Igbos are eating people and this one. So I was telling the other guy that just left angrily, I was telling him that this is what I grew up hearing and seeing. So to come to the platform and hear Tony telling me a different version of it, I didn't counter and I didn't say anything like, okay, Tony, you're lying, that's not how it's happened, and then present my case as I heard it from my elders. I didn't say that. I just listened and I reflected. There is a cognitive dissonance going on in my head. On the one hand, this is what I grew up hearing. On the other hand, this is the fact that I see one person only changing my mind. If you can educate a lot, a hell number of people, especially from the north, to actually know, if you're trying to talk about reconciliation, it has happened. We have tried that. If you are trying to talk about this, well, go back to this date. We have tried that. What else do you want us to do? But I don't even know those things that you're talking about. I don't, honestly. If you can present it that way, imagine the number of people that will change their mind. Imagine, even if the rock politicians are getting older, as time goes on, it is the younger people that will take over definitely by nature. So if a lot of people have this mentality that Igbos are bad, they eat people, and Nigeria must be won by fire, by force, then we'll continue to have this problem till thy kingdom come. But since we are having this conversation, it starts from one person. I will tell my friends, hey, these guys, this is not what happened. If they are talking, I will correct them. And then maybe they will change their mind too. Once they hold a position of power, probably they will think that, okay, Pullo, you are the one that talk to these people. You know them better than we do. Go and negotiate with them. Go and get a better deal for us. Let's see what will happen. Fine. But if I can come here and face antagonism based on my identity, based on my race, based on my religion, and based on the region I came from, why would I come back the next time? You will just be having people of the same opinion attending the same event every time and every day. You are not getting any foreign opinion that is contrary to your own, that you are not comfortable hearing. But if it is wrong and you know it is wrong, you can back it up with fact, just as CM has done. If I make any statement that is wrong historically, he can fact check me in real time. He can tell me, oh brother, you're wrong. This is what happened. But we are just coming here driven by our emotions and tribal instinct, then we start saying something that is, well, it's not correct. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we have exhausted. We have done more than 1 hour, 1 hour 9 minutes extra. I just wanted to give Polo that opportunity to respond and CM. I will just do one minute of closing remark. We'll have other topic, but we're out of time. So Tony, your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, KJ. Very, very, very emotive. Very. Let me say thank you to Polo. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. I think we're making progress. I like what you said. And I think thank you, CM. Thank you, Ike, and every other person that has been here. I think what we're looking for while we're interrogating the past is to chart a pathway for the future, because that's and the present and the future. That's what standing before us now. And I think it's in understanding where we have gone wrong and finding the solution that will help our country move forward. I just want to stop at that. Again, say KJ, thank you. Dr. Damages, great job. Follow, come again. Thank you for your contribution. And let me uh, close now and say thank you. CM, thank you so much. God bless you. Ike, God bless you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ike, 1 minute.
It has been a pleasure to be here today. And like I said, my brother Polo, you are welcome here. I'm happy you are here with us. You came back and you brought out your own opinion, and it was useful for me also. We are here to learn from each other. It's not, sometimes it can be emotional, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is for us to learn from each other and recognize the emotions and feelings of everyone. Like you said from the beginning, no man has the monopoly of knowledge. And we are living animals. We learn every day. Every day we wake up in the morning and we step out of our home. It's part of knowledge. It's part of education, So there are so many things traveling has taught me as a man that a professor in the university cannot teach me. But traveling has taught me so many things, about life, about people. And that's why I love going to many parts of the world, studying, looking at people's cultures and tradition. I'm marrying it to my own. I'm beginning to see that God created this world to be a happy place for everybody. So I'm happy you were here with us. Continue to come, continue to be encouraged. Do not I want to apologize on behalf of my brother Pansa for his last comment before the moderator remove him from here. I don't take it to the heart, right? It's a part of discussion, So I'm apologizing on his behalf for the last comment, which is unacceptable anywhere. But just don't consider that too hard on yourself. Sometimes something like this can happen in a platform, but it doesn't end the friendship and the relationship and trying to shake hands across the Niger and across the bridge. That is the essence of all these things. We are learning from each other. And as you are learning and coming, and you are very, very receptive to what you are hearing, and you also digesting it. I love that. At least even in the midst of 500 people, you're able to, convince one or two people. That's a very big number. It's a very big number of people, because that's the way it is. It goes like that, So thank you for coming. Thank you, my brother Tony. Thank you for CM and KJ. I wish everybody the best of the new month and the new week, and I pray that the love of God that covereth every multitude of sin will bind us together. It doesn't matter where we are, because it is only love that can heal. Not love of material things, not love of position, but true love that comes deeply from the heart. I want to end like this, that every one of us here, we are spirit. We have a soul, but we live in a body. That's what all of us is. So we should always remember that at the end of the day, every one of us is going to go to 6 feet. Whatever I have today in this life, I can never go with it. The day I close my eyes, everything I have, I don't know what happens to it. I don't know. So whatever we're doing, let us think, remember that someday, sometime, we shall answer that call that no man can say, no, I'm not going. So this is one thing that keeps me alive and makes me to have a good life, because I know that whatever I hold, God just gave it to me to look after it, because the day he wants me, I just take off my hands. It's no more my own, right? So God bless you, and keep coming. I love your presence. God bless you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. I know this is a spirited debate we have here, but always come. Whoever is coming should come with an open mind. You see, the problem with Nigerian history is that it's not palatable. And because it's not palatable, people tend to overshadow it. The way I always explain things is this: somebody may have an injury, very painful. You went to the hospital, it's a wound, and the person is expecting succor. But the infection control nurse, we open it up. He said, no, no, no. For us to open, he said, for this thing to heal, you know what they call bandage, everything opened up, cleaned, and you are painful. He said, we have to open it up before closing it so that it will heal. Nigeria should interrogate their past. That is a way to get to the present. That is why they said open it up. But if you can't, until you interrogate it, I once argued that we should have a memorial for Biafra. Why I said have a memorial, it's not to please maybe the people, that is my Igbo people. That will be like a mini university for people to research, so that people can say, okay, what books have been written? Even if the books are not available, you write the title there. People will say, so that is what happened. It's like realizing what your foreparents did in the past, and you now want to correct it. Today, we are talking about our leaders betraying us. Without us interrogating what they did in the past, you won't be happy forging ahead. So when we say that, something like that, it's even part of, some people may think it's not, but that is part of bringing a closure to it, because people will, it's like a museum. Everyone will say, let me even go there and see. So this was what was invented during that time. So this was what happened. So this is a picture of this man. They say, so many things you learn. It cannot be. Some people can do it as a research and then publish works on it. The Jews live with Holocaust. Now, let me put this thing as a spiritual, what they call, let me put, not somebody who is too religious, but I want people to reason like this. Rwanda had their genocide. They came back, they reconciled. Look at where Rwanda is today, at least economically. South Africa, Mandela should have, when Mandela became president, he could have dealt with the blacks, the white people. But he said no. He won them. He called Desmond Tutu. They do truth and reconciliation. At least South Africa is better. Even if the fact that they are doing what they want to do. Not to talk of the Jews that lost 6 million people, yet you can't do without Israeli invention. Most of these scientists, Silicon Valley in America, they are the Jews. So who knows if Nigeria has sat down to say, look, let us confront this thing. Do you know where Nigeria could have been? Spiritually. Just I'm giving you example of people that did worse things, and look at where they are. Rwanda acknowledged, look at where they are, look at the Jews, look at South Africa. At least use these two examples. And so many others. But in Nigeria, we live in denial, which is not good. And that is why this thing is so painful when we remember it. It's not like that. It has happened.
Thank you, CM.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Paulo, you have 1 minute.
Well, as the youngest, I think I'm the youngest in this platform, at least as at this time. As the youngest, I want to get to my 60s to see a prosperous, egalitarian, and just Nigeria, where my son, a son of a Fulani boy, can walk down the roads in Aba, Ikeja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, without feeling the need to have another pull validate his views or his whatever, getting equal opportunity as those that are in those areas. I want to see a Nigeria where my child will not be afraid of going to Onitsha, and an Igbo guy will not be afraid of contesting for an election in the north, in Adamawa here as I speak. I want a Nigeria where bias based on ethnicity or religion origin is removed. I want to see a Nigeria that works for all, regardless of the tribe. I don't know the way, I don't have the answer to that, but I believe everything, every idea start with one person. If he is passionate about it, if he is accommodating, and if he can persist, he can achieve what he wants. CM gave us a lot of example where all of this happened, where nasty thing has happened, and then people are able to move on. I am very optimistic that one day Nigeria too should look back at what happened, correct it, adjust the present, and prepare for a better future that I see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Polo. Thank you, and thank you for for showing up. Please keep showing up. We are not here to listen to ourselves. We're here to listen to every view. And like I always say at the beginning of every program, everyone's view is welcome. There's nobody that has monopoly of knowledge, and nobody knows better than the other person. There's always something to learn, even from a foolish man. A man once told us of how a madman told him how he saved his life. If he didn't listen to that madman in the street, he probably would have fallen into the trap the madman was showing him, that people were waiting to wale him. So sometimes let's just put our ivory tower caps aside and listen to laymen in the street. When I was doing theater, I did theater, my first degree, design. My prof, Professor Emma Ewa, who is in the University of Jos, was visiting. And when we were doing the design, when we finished, he goes to the gate and calls the gate man, who is not educated. Everywhere, he calls the gate man and tells him, oh boy, what did you see? Can you interpret what's on the design on the stage? And then one day I had to ask him, Prof, why are you always going to bring this gate man to come and interpret what we're doing? He said, because if the ordinary man cannot interpret it, what you are doing is rubbish. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So sometimes we need to put our so heavy, big professional caps and just listen to the ordinary person. And we may probably, our lives will be better off for it. Forefather is here, and it would be unfair for me to say a home moderator, chief moderator with 5 feathers on his cap, not to have opportunity to say something. So, Prof, please go ahead and, because you're a moderator, I can't give you 1 minute. So take 4 minutes and say what you want to say so can eventually pull off this to an end.
Thank you, KJ, for hosting this. I guess I'm not sure there would have been a better person to host it, trying to bring people together on this. And I have to give Dr. Damages credit for hosting, bringing Polo for real on, because I've always thought this was going to be a powerful thing to happen so that both sides can be talking. All Nigeria should be talking to each other. And I also greet all the panelists that are there, the chat and the viewers. And Polo, I must say, on this panel, on this platform, on this issue, you are a pioneer and you seem to be engaging the way it's meant to be done. So I think, like everyone else, I have to give you and appreciate the fact that you are doing that. And for me, where I stand is when we are sharing these type of things, because Polo is open to listening, let's be honest. Let's not do this funny thing that we omit some information and we share some of them. Because for this to work, both sides needs to be honest with themselves. Because these are the kind of things I definitely want to see happen more. I don't know why these our wicked leaders cannot bring people together. Every time they pretend as if they don't know that we are all in the same country. And I really appreciate the spirit at which things have been discussed here today. By and large, and Polo, one thing I can tell you that you can see the power of the way you came into what it meant to some people. Maybe not Pansat, but to some people. And so when you said you don't speak for your fathers, you were not there when it happened. But yet, your words weigh more. That if I said what you said, it wouldn't matter. Nobody cares. But when you say it, it matters. Because you represent those that came before you. So that matters a lot. And I really, that's where I'm going to leave it. That I'm glad that there's a bit of honesty coming through. Tony, what you have shared, and Oga Ike, I really appreciate that. Oga Ike is, when it comes to me, not but when it comes to Nigeria, when there's an opportunity to be level-headed, he always takes it, and I really appreciate that. And let's do more of it. And like I said, invite your friends, let them come, and we are all open to having this conversation. Like you said, you don't know who is going to be sitting at Aso Rock. It could be one of you here tomorrow, and we have to be able to see eye to eye to be able to live in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, if any one of you Thank you. I appreciate everyone coming. All the people in the panel, I appreciate you guys. And Tokwe for real, Madam Tokwe, thank you so much. You made my day. At least with this $50, I can have at least two cups of coffee before the day runs out. Thank you for supporting the group, the platform. Oscar Blackstone, my dear friend from somewhere in the world. Thank you so much. You are powerful today. Thank you also, Oscar. Thank you, CJ Okonkwo. You did great. Thank you. In fact, the coffee has increased now, so I can at least have like 4 cups of coffee before going to sleep. Thank you so much again, Oscar Blackstone. Kulata, my friend from far away. Kulata also, you've been very gracious to us today. Thank you. At least if I put the things together, I can get 1 cup of coffee, or at least I can do what's the other one called? Anyway, thank you so much. You guys have been so very accommodating and allowing us to argue out every point. God bless you all. All those people in the panel. I see Okechuku. Okay, thank you so much. Boom Boom Ray. Thanks also for being there. Wisdom. The guy. Thank you so much. Derek, Quint TA, Isa Abdul. Thank you. Guy, thank you also. Wisdom again, Isa, and all the people. If whether I see your name or I don't see your name, just scrolling down. There's a EJ Dimma. Thank you so much. I think please, we want to see more of you, EJ Dimma. So, and then if possible, put on your camera and let's have a very useful discussion here. Thank you for all of you who made so much contribution, those who started from the beginning and sat throughout. CM, thank you for coming. I know it's very late in your area, but you're still here. I really appreciate. We will try. You see, we are not able to bring this discussion to a reasonable conclusion. And that's because it's going to continuously be an ongoing discussion. One of the things I want to say on the part of Polo is this. That song he sang, even me, yours truly, in primary school, I was taught that song. Ojuku wanted to scatter Nigeria. That's even the one we were taught. And go on say Nigeria must be one. I learned that song. Okay? And I was told that the Igbos are the most wicked set of people in this world. That's what I was taught in my primary school. So one day I was singing a song in my house, and my dad was listening to me. And then later on, he said, "Who taught you this song you are singing?" I said, "That's what we are teaching us. So that's what we use." Those days in primary school, when they want to close, the last lessons are singing. Okay? So they teach us all kinds of songs.
Was that taught to you in the Southeast that Igbo people were the worst people, wickedest people in Nigeria?
I didn't grow up in the Southeast now. I grew up in the North.
I know that song.
Okay. But I grew
in
up
the South. Even if I grew up in the South, I know the song.
So now that happened many times. And so what he's saying is true. Majority of them were not taught, these things. But we need to come to a place where we will move forward. And where that place called forward is where we all have a union like this, meet and harmonize issues. Many of what was written to favor the writer most times. Because a historian or a writer or a researcher, if you give me a documentary to shoot for you right now, and you don't give me how you want me to conclude a story, I will always write a story to the point where I want it to make a conclusion. And that's why sometimes, these things are read with open mind. And that's why when you do research and documentation, they don't allow you to just use one book alone to finally, finish your research. They ask you to do a lot of research. You consult a lot of books before driving to a conclusion. So what am I trying to say? It is time for Nigeria. And it is not against the people who didn't fight the war. The only reason why this is surfacing now is because we are now living in the time of those people who didn't fight the war, but they see this injustice in the system. This injustice may not only be against the Igbos, but it's the Igbos that are speaking out. Okay, it may not. It may not be us. Other minority groups may be involved, but they've chosen to keep quiet. The Igbos have not chosen to speak. Have chosen to speak. Let's allow them speak. Maybe in addressing the problems or the issue that the Igbos are raising, it will help to address the other minority groups also. Everybody must have a sense of belonging for you to be able to make an impact in a nation. Does not matter how little you are. And that's why the American elections, the smaller states have more power to decide which way it swings, much more than the bigger states. That is how a people consider their minorities and make sure that things work out for everybody. Igbos are not saying things should only work out for the Igbos. We believe in our philosophy is Egbe boru ugo eboru. Let the kite perch, let the eagle perch. You know, and if you say they shouldn't perch, show them where they should perch. So the demand for Biafra is simply saying, you guys don't want us to belong. You cannot say we shouldn't belong. I say also we shouldn't move. So let us sit down, harmonize issues, peaceably discuss these things, and have a conclusion that will fit every one single member of the state of Nigeria. God bless you all. And I thank you. I don't know, Forefather, are you running another
Yeah, I'll put something of a slightly different topic this up.
All right, so
just to correct, let me
speak
for the minorities. The minorities also opposed the Nigerian state, including the Niger Delta youths that were causing problem in the oil area and at Dakaboro. Because this thing that you are like, they were quiet. They were not quiet. They were making noise too. As a matter, they made noise first. I don't want to start Wahala. I don't like when you see. This is what I mean. We have to be honest with our statements. We can't just be leaving stuff out, redrawing history. Not nice.
No, but Father, I think you are misunderstanding what I concluded. I'm not concluding.
You said others are quiet.
No, I'm saying that if you've chosen to keep quiet, if you've chosen. Now, I grew up in Benue. I have videos of the governor calling out what is going on. But of course, I'm not putting that now. That's not a yardstick for my discussion today. I have pictures of videos of the governor of Taraba calling out also. You know, so
then why did you say that it's the Igbo people that are speaking out only?
No. You see, you're taking it out of content. The content of the fact that most times people here say the Igbos are the one crying. I mean, you have been reading the comments. Are crying the loudest. If the Igbos are crying the loudest, that's because they chose to cry the loudest. You use your own mouth. Just like you now want to put up a defense for the minority. I have no problem with that, Forefather. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. If all of us are shouting, maybe we'll all get the same quicker result in a faster time. And let's deal with this issue. Igbos are not saying we must get out of Nigeria. We have already presented our 5-point agenda, which was given to the 5 eastern regions. And that 5-point agenda is not only for the southeast. In fact, majority of it would have been benefiting the south because Nnamdi Kanu is demanding for a seaport in Calabar that to be reactivated, a seaport in Akwa Ibom, a seaport in Rivers, and a seaport in Delta. Are those places Igbo states? At least people say it's not Igbo states. So it is for the benefit of all Nigerians and for the advancement of the kingdom of Nigeria, so that we all can do business and our children can have a nation that we can proudly say we are developing. Why do we need to do a dry port in Kano, a dry port in Niger? Meanwhile, Warri, which is where you even have this, don't have a dry port. Why? You don't. Okay, you even have a port in Warri, you're not running it. Is that how a nation wants to go forward, develop? So it's not about the Igbos alone. The only reason why we're narrowing down the Igbos because to this month, the month just gone by, was the Biafra Remembrance Day. And what was we are saying that all the people who lost their life, whether they are Igbos or not Igbos, communities in their places should build a memorial with the people's names, whether on placard or any which way, and have those people's names listed out. Some families were wiped out. Those families should not go without being recognized. And it's not only Igbo land, in Delta, in Edo, in Rivers, in crossing. Wherever the war was fought and people were lost, those people should not, their life should count for something. They should be part of the history of Nigeria. I cannot be thrown backwards. On that faithful note, I say thank you so much. And good night from this side.
Nekwekwe kona bia Nanya na kekbe Nekwekwe kona bia Ebem jelu ekweje Gwanu mi femgeme Omo abatano Gwanu mi femgeme Ejimgugwo 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 Ekwe mbadike ekwe mbadike ekwe anọkwa mbeme ijelubia iwe bụ akpa ego ebia iwe dọkwasị m n'ụkwụ iwe na-ayọ m wee jụ iwe na-ebe akwa ị na-ebe akwa onye na-eti gị ekwe mbadike ekwe onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya onye ife m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya selense